Hello. It has been quite some time since World of Warcraft was on the screen. Over a month. But we've had a nice month of playing Warhammer. We'll probably play some more Warhammer at some point. You know, I'm still going to be playing it off stream, but streaming right now. I got to finish this WoW thing. So get into it. $27 to play this game. But that's higher than the price of gas. Because it's been a month, I'm gonna ease into it slowly because I obviously don't remember all my keybinds and everything like that, so I can't stop it. Help. I'm gonna have to close the game already. Jesus, that was terrible. Maybe I should update my add-ons. Ugh. That was a horrible sound and it just wouldn't stop. Let's see. I can update my add-ons before playing. Maybe it's a good idea if that's gonna be what's happening. Curse Forge has an update. Of course it does. New expansion came out since I last played this game. Oh, that was horrible. For anyone watching the VOD or anything in the future, sorry. Your ears. I don't want to update that. We'll update the things that matter. But I'm not going to update absolutely everything. Hello, Dream. I am good. Back to playing some WoW. Trying to finish off this thing. Alright, everything seems updated. I can log out and log back in, otherwise it won't actually work. Yeah. I'm good today. Was watching the race to World First over the last few days, and because of that, I didn't end up streaming because I was tired. I don't think Kiwi had an update. Figure out if I log in and it tells me there's a bunch of errors. Alright, can we be online without the sound of crushing defeat in our ears? Leading the things update. List is updated. Seems good. Seems fine. What the? Where's my map? Why is it down here? How do I fix? Yo, Matt, what you doing? What the hell? I wonder if Leatrix have a that's not gonna work very well. Let's just put it on default map. then maybe it will. Good. Now if I turn it off, will it go back down? It piece of shit. It should still be fine though. Like, I'm sure it will still work for what I needed. Where's Questy? All the buttons are too big. I could have done this before I started streaming, but I completely forgot that, you know, add-ons were a thing. Where is icons? Make them. But it says default 1.6. Why would a 1.75 then? Kind of interesting video game. How's that look? Much better? I don't know if it's perfect. Still a bit big. But it doesn't mid too much. Hopefully everything else is good. Alright.
How are you?
Good, me.
Safe travels.
Okay. I've got a bunch of gear in my bags. I gotta slowly ease into WoW today because it's been over a month since I've played, right? And I've been playing Warhammer Online where I'm allowed to die constantly. So I've gotta get into it slowly. Make sure I don't randomly end up dead. We'll use that. Better than the strength ring. Bit more stam. Sure. These boots. They're really good for stam, but I also like doing some damage. Maybe we'll just hold on to them. Go up here.
Good day to you.
Yeah, I gotta get get back into the rhythm of where the frick I am. Stuff like that. Really need those Heart of the Wilds. Oh yeah, we have this too. 3 extra fire spell damage. We do lose some fire resistance, but who cares? Okay. A lot of that. Probably don't really need the spider silk now. Probably don't need a lot of this stuff in our bank, actually. Alright, I'm going to take out some of the stuff so I can perhaps make something.
See you around.
We will see. I found the blink button. But yeah, I was watching the Race to World First, obviously, because every time there's a Race to World First, even if it's like Final Fantasy, I like watching it, even though it's not like as amazing as the WoW one generally. Fantasy's over in like a day. I think the Taylor trainer is in Fearamore, isn't it? So let's just see what we can. I do have 2 Foulcloth. I don't know if I should make a Mooncloth. I might not need to.
King's honor, friend.
I got 5 Foulcloth. I don't know if Foulcloth is like useful for anything else, so I'm just gonna hold on to it right now. I guess our first priority is to make Runecloth and Runecloth bags. And then hopefully not die because I haven't played for so long. Do I have rugged leather on this? Just leather, not too much. We're gonna have to... we do have skinning. Have to get some rugged leather for Grocket. How is our skinning? Good enough. Yeah. Runecloth. So I don't really know if I need these Mage weave. Or just the Mage weave in general, but we'll hold on to it. Silk. Just gonna be chilling.
Light bless you.
Light bless you. What level are we? 52, so we do have to train, most likely. It's always funny when you first log into a character during the Medley and you're like, okay, where am I? Who am I? What am I? But it's really funny after not playing World of Warcraft for over a month. And it's like, really, who am I? Like, I have no idea what's going on. I've been editing the videos, so I sort of know, but I haven't been playing, so it's like, not exactly the same thing. But yeah, I keep distracting myself when I'm talking about the race to Warfare, so I'm watching it. And honestly, Liquid won, but Echo threw so hard in the final phase of the last Mythic fight. Like, they kept having just one person, probably not the same person, but just one person snipe like 7 of their raiders. And all you have to do in that last phase is seemingly stay alive because all the damage is done by being alive. The more people you have alive, the more damage gets done to the boss. But they keep having these low percentage wipes after someone snipes their raid. And all you had to do was move backwards and to the left or right. Like, they kind of deserved to lose at that point. But it's quite funny watching, like, top tier raiders make mistakes like that. When I don't consider myself a top tier raider ever, and would adjust. Like, just move your character a little bit so you don't kill everyone. Very hard concept.
Have a good one.
But yeah, they threw quite hard, I would say. We can make 2 Runecloth bags. I would like to make mini rune cloth bags, but we'll start with 2. We do have to get 5 levels on Grocket. So I'm hoping to be able to make, you know,
What can
at
I
least
do?
2 for each character, so 14 bags over those levels, but we shall see. Of course they take 30 seconds to create. Why not? But during the course of trying to get the Medley done, because it costs $27 a month to play World of Warcraft, I am just going to focus on it. I don't know if I'm going to stream too much Warhammer Online in the near future. But it was fun to stream for a month. Had some good times. I'm currently leveling my Disciple of Cain. So by the time I stream that game next, I'll probably be level 40 on that character. Because I want to get a Destro healer to 40 so I can help them out. You know, one person doesn't change a lot, but it does start change something at least, hopefully.
Be careful.
But it was nice to jump into that game and see things that I didn't get a chance to many years ago. Oh, he said
Need help?
I can put these 12 slot bags in here. That would be helpful. Nice. Quite helpful. Way more bag space. Okay. That means begging people for money. His name is Funny Beggar. Anyone who's begging is not funny. Twitch streamers included. I'll actually get paid by Twitch in like 5 days. And because the dollar has... I don't know if it's because the American dollar's been tanked or the New Zealand dollar. I don't know how that works. In what way helps, but $50 US right now is like $90 nearly. Zealand. So it's going to be a good amount of pocket money.
I am listening.
I'll take it. A little bit extra. I guess we take Mana Shield just in case. Conjure Food. Torch, Blast Wave. Really need Flame Strike. Frost. Cone of Cold. It doesn't do anything, does it? No. 50% still. So not worth. Seems good. Okay. What did we get? Mana Shield. Will I change the Conjure Food right now? Not really, I don't think. Like, this is good enough. Blast Wave. Torch. And Frostwall. You can tell I haven't played because I'm looking around for my buttons, where to put them. But where the fuck is Russell? That's the next thing we've got to deal with. Check our buttons. Fireball, obviously. Fire Blast. Frostbolt, just in case. Blast Wave. Pyro. Bastion, which is already up from last time we played. Scorch. Cock. Arcane Explosion. Flame Strike. Flowfall. Counterspell. Intellect. Mage Armor. Wards. Dampen Magic. Over is A. Polymorph D. Curse Wand. Everything else is pretty standard. Okay. I don't want to like go out there, start leveling and die. That would be pretty bad for a return to World of Warcraft, wouldn't it? So I need to know where my buttons are. I need to know everything. Evocate doesn't have a button. There's just a emergency press this when needed. All the water. And now where are we going? Done some blasted burning steps rather. Don't know if I've been to Ungaro on this character. Maybe that was where we were going next. Not gonna do that. Magecraft. I definitely didn't read it as Minecraft. Okay. What we got on the map? We have been to the Blasted Lands, it would seem. Done a little bit up in the Plague Lands. Definitely looks like Ungaro was the place that we were setting up to head last. Going into this league. It's kind of stressful though, isn't it? The first thing you do when you start playing WoW after a month is go to Ungaro Crater on your Fire Mage. Alright then. Well. Nothing better, is there? Go into one of the most stressful zones in hardcore when you first start playing again. At least this add-on's still working. Somehow, if we make it through the mage without dying, we get to play Rugen for 8 levels next. Which I'm honestly not looking forward to because it's a hunter, but it will go fast because it's a hunter. We are on the path to 60 right now. Rocket to 57, Rugen to 58, Fran to 59, which is only 4 levels. That's going to be chill. And then Lena to 60 is our current path to 60. If any of those character dies, obviously things change. Like, Alia would have to do 9 levels to 60 if that was to happen. Now, I don't think that would be too bad. The priest, look at the priest time played. 51 in 3 days, 21 hours. destroying everybody. People say priest is slow and boring. I disagree. Priest is quite efficient, quite quick. Now what do we got potion wise? We've got some firepower, stake, some girdle, few defense potions which aren't really that useful. Light a balloon. Well, going to Ungaro, you know, as long as things go well down there, a level could be on for today. Getting a level today immediately would be pretty nice. We're obviously rested, because I haven't played in a month. Plus, however long it's been since I played Grocket before that, probably like 6 months at this point. Let's have a look. When was the last Grocket video on YouTube? It was November 25th. Which means I would have finished it, you know, a few weeks before that at least. So it has basically been 6 months since I last played this character. That's quite some time. Ifus. How much money do we need for training coming up? 54 is... Yes, you want that too. 7... 11... Frost Nova doesn't do anything past rank 1, so we don't need that. 11 gold. And then... Am I improving my flame strike? No. I'm not really using it. 14 gold. The 8. Gotta wait for the boat now. 4, 8, 12. What's that? Like 27 gold. Then we got 4, 8, 12, 16, like 21 gold, so about 50 gold, which is what I have. Because I am going to start sending money to do a little daisy chain of money, you know? So I can hopefully, when Lena gets to 60, get an epic mount. Because that was the overall goal of the medley. The overall goal was never to see how many get it to 60. It was just to buy an epic mount after leveling to 60. Because I don't know if the time will be enough to get all the characters to 60 if they make it. Because I haven't played in a month though, some might die off because I don't know how to play anymore, and I've been playing a video game where you die a lot. Hopefully we're able to make enough good content before that happens though. My Fank macro.
Allow me to express my deepest thanks.
I think me. Not here. Still got this macro from when I played Classic World of Warcraft. Target Jed. Pretty funny. Still got all my options on, right? Yeah, block trade. Good. How long's it been since I logged into the guild leader? Two months. None of my friends logged in and leveled over those 2 months, so these guys are still level 50. Hold hasn't been on for 5 months. So I don't know if we'll be doing Sunken Temple anytime soon. What the hell? It was crazy. There is a world buff coming out. I'm assuming all these people are waiting for the world buff to come out before the boat. They're illegal for the hardcore medley, so I don't care. I'm not changing that rule because it has made it a little bit more interesting. Someone fall. I think someone fell in the water. Is he gonna make it? Just. Good job, little gnome. Hey, wait, I'm a gnome. I'm little gnome. I can't be calling people little gnome when I'm a little gnome. We're on the road to Unguro Crater. What a day it's gonna be, going to Unguro Crater, the first time playing the Mage in 6 months and the first time playing WoW in over a month. Sure, it will be okay. I haven't played any retail. Obviously the new retail expansion came out. but I have not played. Because I do not want to play. I've just been cold turkey WoW for a month. I mean, very interesting.
Yo!
Alright, down to Gagson. We haven't been to Ungro yet. Then we will hopefully run into Ungro Crater and survive. No drama, no heart attacks. Just pure Ungro Crater goodness. Ooh. I hate how I have to use the map like this, but otherwise it's gonna keep going into the floor down here. I don't know how I'm meant to fix that. There are no quests that I need otherwise, right? Should be good. World of Warcraft. Been streaming 40 minutes and now we finally get to some flying content. I did say though, when I logged in today, I was going to take it a bit slow because it's been a while. It is still hardcore. Still permadeath. I actually released a video last night. Just got one video to release now and I'll be up to this character. Thankfully, it only took a month to come out after the last one. Which was way quicker than, like, what was it, 2, maybe 3 months the last time? Yes. I posted a video. Some balanced druid action. I think when I'm done with the hardcore medley, I will have to go and watch through all of the hardcore medley videos just to remember what happened, because this series started 2024 in December. It might end 2026 in December. Or it might end in like 2030. It's been a long one. A recap video? I was thinking about making a video that just put all of the videos into one video, so it would be like, you know, a however long, probably 12 hours. Video of just playing World of Warcraft. the journey. I do still have all of the videos saved on my computer. So it is something I could potentially do. It would take a lot to render. I don't know if my computer wants to be rendering a video for 5 hours, you know.
What's up?
Probably wouldn't take that long, but
Keep it real. Glad I could help.
technology these days is pretty sick. Like, back when I started making YouTube videos just randomly in like 2012 when I was playing Guild Wars 2, doing like jumping puzzle guides, stuff like that. I had a video back then that got 27,000 views and I was like, damn, that's huge. Haven't had one that big since. But like rendering video that was like 10 minutes long used to take an hour. And bad internet. So uploading that video used to take like a whole day basically. Weird. ADSL 2. It was pretty shit. And now I render a video that's like half an hour long and it takes 5 minutes. My current computer. And then I upload that video and it's like another 5 minutes because I got gigabyte internet. It's kind of crazy how far technology has advanced. Crack those as well. I don't even have the seed quest. Or the marrow grain quest rather, because I haven't done the Ungro soil on this character, surprisingly. But there was also a part of me that kind of was thinking about making a video of like each of the characters' journeys and just had like their footage in the video. Because each character has had its own story, right? The only story that has actually finished in the hardcore medley was Garland's because he died. Level 43 Warlock. Like 2 bars away from 44. He was blasting. He was doing tons of hard content, solo and elites and caves. He didn't care. But he died to a Shadowcaster. But his story is the only one that's been complete. Maybe I could make a video that has all the footage in it and call it the hardcore medley. And then chapter 1, Garland. Chapter 2, Rocket, you know. It's just a very long video, but it's just their content all in one go. So people can watch their favorite character. It's It's raining in the crater. I'm gonna have to turn these things down, I think, because if we're gonna be in Unguro Crater, the map's gonna be absolutely ridiculous with the icons being that big. The hell? Event objectives I don't care about at all. We're not doing any. I love when you go to, like here, you go to move the mouse just a little bit to get the 80 and it's like, you will not have the 80. You will have the 81 or the 79, you will be happy. Yeah, that's a little bit better. But now they're really small on the map. Kind of funny. It doesn't matter. I don't actually need Questy for like objectives and shit.
We shall meet again.
I just use it as a little... Where the hell am I? Where am I going? I think we have any power crystals on this character. Gotta collect 7 of each of them. 3 green to start is really good. Might as well rebuff. But yeah, with YouTube videos right now, it's taken me a long time to get them out just because I have a lot going on in life, but I'm also like I've been a little bit burnt out on WoW, which is why I took a break. Pick up that slime quest. Ah well. I think the first one's an Unguro, oh not Unguro, Bellwood anyway. So, like editing video, even if I'm not actively playing, when I'm burnt out on a video game is still kind of like playing the video game, you know? So I just haven't really had the patience to sit there for a few hours editing. Quite some time. And because I edit all my own videos, I have to watch through the footage that I've already played, which is already, you know, not that fun, and then edit it, which can take days sometimes, depending on how much footage I've got to watch through. Put it all together into a nice story, hopefully not leave anything out. I generally do have to leave some things out, some things just aren't as good as other things. But it definitely hasn't been something that I've been like, yeah, I want to go edit a video today. Be like, no, it's just same as playing WoW. Without like the moment happening firsthand. Alright, we have to watch out for Devil Saw over here. One does walk somewhere over here. Our first fight in over a month. I'm not gonna cast that actually. Because Ignite does so much damage, why would I want to waste combustion? Now we can get a triple. Yeah, just a simple 500 DPS, no problem. I feel like I would be able to sheep devil sword. But I don't really want to find out. To be honest. I would rather not find out if I can cheat people's sword. Go grab this thing and get the fuck out of here. Alright, one quest down. Nice. I think on the Mage we might be able to take this whole quest the whole way. Level 56 Reptile we've got to kill, but on the Mage we do have Elemental Precision. So perhaps I could actually hit my attacks on that level 56. Maybe we'll wait until 53, 54 though. But it is so good experience, like 7k just for killing that guy. You know, even though I've been playing an MMO for the last month, it still feels weird playing a different one. I'm not looking at the map saying, where is the PvP today? But a lot of people that play Warhammer Online also play World of Warcraft and other MMOs. I'm not the only one.
The winds guide you. May the eternal sun
Hopefully the
shine.
people that watched me over there, even if they don't watch the World of Warcraft, they don't just like rage at me. Guys playing WoW? Gross. Get him out of here. He's not a real Warhammer guy. Man, I play so much Total War Warhammer. I think I'm at 800 hours in Total War Warhammer now. I started a new campaign, Cold Friends. Because Cold Friends is one of my favorite campaigns because it's always difficult and fun. But I reduced the movement of armies by 50%, so everything just takes longer. I was thinking about streaming it sometime, but I feel like with that game, especially with Total War, there's a lot of like elitists. I don't think I'm that good. Like I've done a legendary campaign, but I don't think I'm that good at the game. I'm never really try hard and I don't cheese it. Just play, and if I fail, it is what it is, you know. But maybe at some point. Currently it's just my game that I play when I'm bored and not doing anything. I just throw on Warhammer, Total War, and do a few battles. Sometimes one turn turns into 2 hours. It's It's like when you play Civilization, you know? Just one more turn. And then it's 3 in the morning. Pyroblast this guy. It's about as cheap as a fireball. My not my property manager, but they got a guy that comes around and does the inspections, and he saw my computer and he was like talking about how he plays Arc Raiders all the time. Nice, there's the journal. I'm not really a shooter enjoyer. Like, I've been playing Cyberpunk. That's another game that I've been playing in my free time recently, is Cyberpunk, but I think I played it more for the story and world than the shooting. Because I'm too old to, like, have good reaction times with shooters these days, you know? The last shooter I played with friends was PUBG. And we had some good fun in that. We got some chicken dinners, stuff like that, but as everyone started getting better at that game, like the people we were fighting, we were suddenly realizing that we might be old and not good at video games anymore. That's how it goes, though. Scorch. But I do have some other friends who have definitely played Arc Raiders. But yeah, I reduced the movement of my current campaign by 50% on all armies. And usually it takes me like less than 5 turns to take my Stardom province. It took me about 15 in this campaign. By the time I had taken it, I was already being declared war on by other AI, like, legendary lords. Usually that doesn't happen immediately. So it's been an interesting campaign so far because I'm just fighting like every turn, but I'm also very limited on movement. Thanks mods for making the game even better. I played 400 hours without mods, and then I have another 400 hours with them. I also played about 600 hours before I bought the Blood DLC, because I hate the fact that there's a Blood DLC. You should just get Blood in a Total War game for free, but it was only $4. But on principle, I didn't buy it for 600 hours.
Go in peace. Ancestors watch over you.
But yeah, after 600 hours, it's probably worth buying the Blood now. Yeah. It's just because there's, like, with Warhammer Fantasy, right? There's so many different factions. And the majority of them are very unique. Like, they all have different mechanics and units, and campaigns are just always different. So every single faction that I've started, I have enjoyed. Even if it's just playing the 4 different High Elf legendary lords, they all have a different campaign. So there's a lot of replayability in that game. because of that. I am enjoying it. Hoping I can get 1 more red and 4 more blue crystals before we make it to town. I did pick up this quest, yes. It's here. Help. Yeah, we might leave Lakari for now. He is 56 and I am a caster, so I'm not 100% sure how it will go down. I feel like I could get him, but we'll be coming back down here anyway. We can try it later when we go for the hours and stuff. Here's our red. Now we just need blues all the way. But there's not a lot of video games that I've played for, you know, over 500 hours. They are Warframe, which I have over 2,000 hours in, but I have been playing since early beta. On and off. You know, I haven't constantly been playing for 15 years, but the game has been out about that long. Basically like World of Warcraft at this point. Path of Exile, I think I have about 900 hours in. But I don't play a lot of Path of Exile, but when I do play, it's at least 400 hours in a season, right? Everyone's got a lot of Path of Exile hours though that has played that game, I feel. Even my friend who maybe played it like twice, like 2 seasons, has over 100 hours. And in Total War Warhammer, I think I have 500 hours in Baldur's Gate 3, but I've done 5 playthroughs and I'm currently doing a playthrough with some friends, so they rack up quite fast. You see, when every playthrough is like 100 hours. I think those might be the only games that I have. Maybe Formula 1 2018. I played the shit out of that game. Mainly because I went into the files and just changed the driver names and team names, so it was like playing a different game even though it was the same game. I don't know why people keep buying FIFA and like F1 games every year when you can just change the files. It's just the same. Easy fix. Hacker man. I need 2 more blue crystals. But I have been a Total War enjoyer for a very long time. I even kind of created Total War before Total War was even a thing. Because I used to play Age of Empires and draw like maps. And have factions fight in like that map on Age of Empires and translate it to a map that was like surrounded by the other maps. And they would take over territory. Which is Total War. So in my brain, somewhere, Total War existed before it even was a thing. Which is pretty sick.
What's on your mind? See you soon.
I subconsciously created Total War for the people that created it and got lots of money from it.
Talk Talk to me.
I'll claim it.
Keep it real.
What can I do for you?
Zach.
Time is money. Hurry back.
I was like, this is going to be a really cool concept if anyone ever creates it. And then like 10 years later,
Very good.
there it was.
All right, then. Very well, then. Off and away.
Good day to you.
They
Safe
do.
travels. Have a good one. See you later.
I don't have enough quest slots to hold
See
all
you
the
later.
quests here, so I'm gonna have to drop some. Fly him out. Check out the faded photograph before we throw it away. That could be us, actually. That could be Grocket and his girlfriend. Like, I know it's meant to be Lincoln, but like, he's basically my brother. We're both wearing green. Rocket doesn't want to remember those moments. Let's see. Guess the stones that bind us we can't do right now anyway. Rid of all this. I don't see myself going back to Searing Gorge.
Time is money, friend. Glad I could help.
Alright, let's go talk to JD Coley. The best of the JDs. What would his girlfriend's name be? That's a good question. Maybe Grocket. It's got an extra TE on the end of it. Grocket and Grocket.
Pleased to meet you. Very well, then. Interesting. You have a great day now. Good day to you. Very good. Hey. Hey, seeing you. Hi, you're a tall one. Off and away.
I am a tall one, you're right. I tower above you. It's always funny when gnomes say, "My, you're a tall one, but you're a gnome." Are you sure about that? Might need to get your eyes checked. I know we're low to the ground, but surely you can see that I am also low to the ground. Alright, let's throw away this power crystal so they don't take up bag space. We don't need them anymore. That can wait.
Yo.
Rocket, Grocket, Grocket Jr.
Talk to me.
A nice family.
Keep it real.
Sounds lovely, honestly. Alright, what we starting with now that our map's full of rubbish? Might leave super sticky tar, so we'll run around and do the other things. This is part of what I love about Ungoro Crater. You come here, you get all the quests, and your map is just like, there's too much. Questy has a little update that says how much percentage of drop things are. Interesting. Surprising we didn't get a crit. This one will crit for sure. No? Wow. Wish my wand would stop resisting. Scary, actually. Birch. As someone who has owned parrots in his life, as cool as parrots are, they are assholes. Alright, this flower is gonna get absolutely cooked. Like I said, absolutely cooked. And I have 100% crit for the next pyroblast, so time to say goodbye, flower. I do enjoy Fire Mage a lot. The damage that it pumps out. We did 3.3k and we did 333 DPS. That's very satisfying. Now that I've updated my details as well, it won't be bad like when I was on the boomkin. It wasn't tracking things correctly. I had a broken details. My DPS now works in real time again. These apparently have 80% drop rate. Killed 3, haven't got a single one. I don't think they have 80% drop rate. I think the questie is a liar. %25 drop rate. Seems more likely. I don't know how much mana I need to kill things. On the boomkin it was obvious, like if you're below half mana you're gonna need to drink, most likely. On the mage, sometimes you just do like a bajillion damage and other times it's just regular damage, so it's hard to tell. No matter what, we are doing some big damage. Maybe I should put that other stam piece on. Lose the 8 damage here. 130 extra health might actually be helpful. But we'll see. Gotta keep Rocket alive, so all the characters can have runecloth bags. I still haven't had to enforce the rule of when I create something on a character, if that character dies, that item is also dead, because none of my crafters have died yet. But, you know, if it ever happens, it's gonna hurt. I definitely don't look forward to the prospect. Brr. Was that a 444? $88 353 overkill. No, can't be. One damage off. It's like when I looked in my bank a few weeks ago and all the numbers, I'm not going to tell you how many numbers, but all the numbers were either 2s or 5s. And I was like, that's pretty satisfying. Obviously it was 5 billion. Oh, I could never be a billionaire. I don't hate people enough for that. Or myself. But I do like numbers. Synergistic. Synchronistic, that's the word. Synchronistic numbers. Synergy is not synchronicity. Fuck, what am I even saying? Just making shit up. All that matters is all the numbers were 2s or 5s, and it looked nice. Rude. Walk away from me. A scorch. Good wand crit. Job rocket. If I accidentally frost over him, he would smack me in the face, I'd die. I feel like he would one-shot me. So let's not do that. Hopefully you don't come over this way. Oh. We should be okay. We can pyroblast crit, surely. Nope. These will crit though. Surely. Gotta resist. It's not okay. This is 100% a crit. We actually have 100% crit now. Increases crit strike from fire damage spells by 100%. You don't get combustion to 10 stacks a lot, but it can happen. I don't know how much crit we actually have, but I assume it's at least, you know, 10-ish%. Alright, time to blast this gorilla so hard he goes back to the Stone Age. Didn't even call for help. He was dead. There was no calling for help. I don't know if the the strike that these guys do is that one, an interrupt. It's kind of like an earth shock, right? But not 100% sure. Five ragged lever. Think I can make a few extra bags once I get some room cloth now. Did I get the... I did. That sucks. Ooh. Didn't even get a thunder rope out. Gonna have to go in the cave a little bit. Should be okay. The big worry about this cave though is these gorillas, because they call for help. And the call for help range is quite far. So you definitely don't want, you know, a gorilla to call for help when you're in range of like 3 other gorillas. Then the shit just starts piling up. They will literally throw their shit at you. What the? Well, we've done 40,000 out of 160,000 experience now. We're at least 25% there. Like I said, it would be nice to get to 53 today, get a level out of the way immediately as soon as we log in. Not going to be the longest level because we do have rested. I'm glad I looked around the corner. Surely this cast will go off before he makes it. That was a big pyroblast. If they had crit, they would have been like 1,200. That would have been huge. I love casting pyroblast when I have combustion up, just in case. Well, that was rude. I'm too short. See, that would have been a massive damage right there, but I was too short and I line of sight myself. Go see about talking to the escort quest. Mana shield here because he's gonna hit me a bit. I haven't actually had the opportunity to talk to the escort quest in here on any of the Medley characters because every time I come into this cave, someone else takes it. I can't even do the quest because I can't get a mithril casing that I know of without engineering. And obviously, I don't have engineering. Not a Medley proficient. So I don't think I can actually ever do this quest on the Medley, but it is 2,000 experience just for handing in. 2,600. So I'd like to be able to hand it in one time. Hopefully this time someone doesn't pop our stuff and take it. Be nice. Big rocket dam. Nice, a mithril lockbox. Here we go, we got the hand in the quiz, let's go. And also, I finished the thunders. Now we can go outside, just kill a gorilla, and then we're good. Take another lockbox. There is one more gorilla here. Go over this way so I don't aggro any extras that spawn. As they start spawning. Man. Not being as lucky as usual on this quest specifically. Usually this quest is quite easy. Get done. I guess I won't throw them away yet. We're gonna have more of them in our bags. There's just so much stuff that goes in your bags in Unguru. But yeah, if I can get 53 today, or at least like close, and then also stream tomorrow and Friday, maybe be like 54 and a half after all that. That would kind of be the goal for this week. We are going to push it to our limit. We're going to go as fast as we can. Brave ginger? Whew. 1000 DPS. Hello, mate. Just about to buff your fella. Sadly, I didn't get a gorilla pelt again. Especially because this guy rocked up and killed the gorillas. Came along, he killed the gorillas, and then he didn't buff me. Free. That's what I get for dealing with a brave ginger, you know? They don't have souls or something. What I've been told. I'm gonna go skin mobs. Because I'd like to finish this quest before we head down. It's 5,600 experience, but I just need gorilla. So it's a bit awkward now. Sadly, gorilla pelt don't come from all of them. Should. They're all gorillas. In the end, it's like if you were, you know, trying to get human brain. They should drop from all humans. They shouldn't only drop from human. Human savage doesn't drop it. That would be the logic we'd be dealing with World of Warcraft. The savage man does not have brain for us. Would be quite funny though. I really hate when mobs just keep walking away from you. I'll just wait for you to come back. That sucked. Had to use a combustion stack because of that shit. Unforge. We have 2002 health. That was the year I started high school. Been a while. I still find it so crazy that, like, pretty much 20 years after I finished high school, I was walking down a street in the town I went to the high school and ran into two people that I was in class with. Like, we were on the same path at the same time 20 years later. Crazy. Especially because I didn't even see them, and then they turned around and said, "Hi, Frankie," and I was, who? Do I know you? Took me 5 to 10 seconds to figure out who it was, but I didn't need help with it, at least. The things you remember in life is pretty insane. I got a pretty good memory though. Resist. I'll remember that. This gorilla doesn't drop its pout. I'ma haunt this gorilla for you. Alright. You're gonna be remembered, gorilla. It's like when you're playing Telltale games or something, it's like, Frankie will remember this. Shadow Priest is doing the e-school. I just need some gorilla pelts. Please. Guess I'll just kill all of them. We're on a purge. It's experience after all. And druid. I'll just kill all the gorillas until they give me their pelts. I don't care. I just need one, but I'll kill all of them. We're probably gonna have to grind at some point. Might as well start now. Speaking of grinding, I think I have the timber more rep done that I need, right? Yeah, we're unfriendly. And quite far into it as well. So we're getting close to neutral. Good. That'll be helpful for later. Yeah, they're hiding their pelts in their pelts. This is rude. Let us see your pelts, man. Like, these gorillas are wearing trench coats with pelts in them, you know, because they're like illegal trading, stuff like that. Brr. Good burn. Balanced Road was pretty fun because we were just blasting big numbers, but Rocket is much more fun because I have an ability that I can activate every 3 minutes that allows me to crit. And anyone that has ever watched me knows that critical damages does make me excited. Like, the dopamine goes up, you know, and if I was a teenager, I would call it crit max. Crit max. This might be a little bit dangerous because I think we might get a respawn behind us, but I'll go. Give me a pout gorilla and you will save your brethren. I will not have to kill any more of you. Thank you. Brethren saved, he's the hero. So a ragged lever. I kind of want to go back to town and sell these barrels. Obviously Donkey Kong reference, but they're like really expensive, but they're also an inventory slot each. Whenever I play Gnome, I always have to jump on the mount because it makes less noise than when you're just running. Like, the Gnome mount is annoying. Like, it's already making noise right now, right? And then you start running. Ugh, shut up. So when you jump, you can reduce the noise by at least half. As long as you land and jump immediately. Don't. Yeah, it's the... like a little mini game.
Time is money, friend.
Time is money. Really need thickly, but can't do it with it.
Hurry back.
We're just the skinner, we're not a level worker. We can't work level. To be fair though, I think mounts in this game are just loud. But after playing Warhammer Online, mounts in that game are also loud. Like sometimes you're running through Altdorf on your horse and you're just hearing it like galloping over the concrete. It's like, mount loud as hell. We're gonna use all our shit. Close. Mounts in video games are loud. I think Guild Wars 2 mounts are some of the quietest. Because even when you're doing like the abilities that Guild Wars 2 mounts have, like bouncing really high on the bunny or jumping really far on the raptor, stuff like that, they don't really make a lot of noise. I do love the Guild Wars 2 mount system. I haven't played that game in a few expansions now, but it was always fun. I just wish it had like oceanic servers, because the PvE would have been so much fun if I could actually play it without 200 enemies. I don't mind playing a game at 200 enemies. Like, we're playing this game at 200 enemies right now. 194. But if I'm doing, like, raid content or dungeons, I want to be able to perform well, you know? That's why when I was playing Final Fantasy XIV, I had to use an add-on to eliminate the latency. If I can't get a 99 percentile, why try? Especially when it comes to PvE. If you can't get a 99, why are you even playing? Like... Dakamara. Like a marauder? I didn't know marauders were in this game. I did enjoy the last tier of Final Fantasy XIV, I did. Just because of actually tryharding a little bit. You know, did like 10-hour days on week 1. 6 days in a row. Had really good gear in week 2, so we could all get big passes. Like, I'm pretty sure 3 of our DPS got 99s on week 2. I was a tank. But they didn't care about my 99s. That's why whenever I was on for one, they wiped. Rude. It wasn't on purpose, but it seemed like it. Every time I had really good RNG, or like I was ahead of, you know, being top 10, stuff like that, something bad would happen. Something similar used to happen in World of Warcraft when I was playing Arcane Mage. I'd get like the amazing RNG. And then the group would just like play like ass. But whenever the RNG is bad, we'd always win. I'm like, how do you guys keep doing this? Like, how is it that I'm about to get like a really good pass? Because I cared about logs back in the day, you know? And we wipe to an easy mechanic, and then as soon as my RNG's bad, I'm like 5th on the DPS meter, not destroying everyone. We kill the fight. I don't think it's my fault. But how is it even possible? It might have been my fault. I don't think so. Is there a devil saw today? I mean, there's one somewhere, but doesn't seem to be here. I haven't really cared about like Warcraft logs, FF logs for a long time though. I think the only reason I tried last time I was playing is because I was playing with other people that wanted to get 99s. Rude. Then he poisoned me as I was running. Because generally to me, as long as the boss dies, that's good enough. Like, I don't need a big log, you know? Kinda sucks that Dimetrodon is I was pulling this guy, because they are worth more. I'll take this one. Through the tree. But I'm much more casual now in video gaming. There's one thing that's interesting while playing Warhammer Online is because a lot of people that play that game only play that game and they try hard a lot and they want everyone else to try hard a lot. And I'm just sitting there like, I'm just happy to be here. I'm having some fun, you know? I don't care if we win or lose. So I'm not tryharding. But then you get messages saying, hey, you should do this, do that. It's like, nah, I'll just play. Thanks. I'll just play how I want to. But I'm not casual enough that I won't get frustrated seeing someone in level 40 scenarios wearing gear from level 20. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, I'm gonna be like, what the hell is this guy even doing in here? Go buy some level 40 gear, it's not like it's expensive. I'm a casual. But anyone who's more casual than me, yeah, fuck them. Oh, Devil's Ore. Good. But it is a quite hard game to be a casual in that game because it's PvP based, right? If you're someone who enjoys just PvE, there is content in the game, but there's not a whole lot. There's no raids, stuff like that. And generally PvE enjoyers are like more casual players, I feel. Because we don't care about like the competitive shit as much as PvP gamers. Like I can't tell you the last time I got upset about dying to some random person in a video game. It's been quite some time since I even cared, you know. But in Warhammer Online, so many people log out when they start losing. It's weird. Because it's probably also a bunch of 30-plus-year-old gamers. That game's also old as hell. Whenever one faction starts destroying the other faction, it's like, alright, well, we're being destroyed, time to log out. Deny content, as they call it. It doesn't deny content. People are still gonna be doing the content. It just denies, like, having any fun with the content. Person messaged me saying, Princess? Question mark? It's a level 45 warrior that wants to do a princess run. Princess is a level 50, I think, boss. Maybe 51? 52? I assume this warrior is being carried. Because if he was tanking it, that'd be gross. Go again then. But yeah, being a PvP game, obviously Warhammer Online has some weird behaviour from time to time. There's been some really cool people that I've run into as well though. Like there are people willing to help new players. Because they understand that if they get new players, then the game's healthy, but there's a bunch of other people that are just like, I don't care about the new players, I have mine. It's like boomers in real life, you know? Pull up the ladder, don't let the millennials have anything. No houses, stuff like that. It's pretty much the same. Oh, damn boomers. A patch came out just the other day in Warhammer actually, and a bunch of people have gotten their panties in a twist about like gear changes. I personally don't give a shit. Like, I haven't played enough to really care about all the gear.
I've been expecting you. We shall.
Plus, I remember that that game shouldn't even exist. So there's no point crying about things. Just play, have some fun. If you're not having fun, go play something else. It's not like it's the only video game in the world. Surprisingly. That's how it is with games in general, right? Like when I haven't been having fun with WoW or Final Fantasy or any other MMO, I just go play something else. Simple. but I guess I'm just built different. Also, that Reptar had only just leashed. So he was still coming after me. I didn't even notice until I started fighting this. I saw the tail pop out of the screen. Interesting. But now that I've got experience in that game and this game and all the other games, I've pretty much played every MMO apart from Elder Scrolls Online at this point, and Ashes of Creation. I never wanted to play that. Oh, and New World. Because I was going to try out New World, right? I said some months ago, yeah, I'll try out New World. And then literally a week later, they were like, oh, we're gonna turn the servers off in the future. And I was like, well, I guess I won't try it then. Like, I literally had a talk with my friends about trying out New World. And then a week after, they announced that they were pretty much killing the game. And I was like, damn, did I do that? I killed New World? Yeah. They didn't want me to critique them. I think the thing that sucks the most is I like MMOs not for people involved in them generally. I like it for the world and just the story that you can make on your character and all that sort of stuff. But it just so happens to be a world shared by other people. But generally, like, a lot of MMO players are very passionate about things that don't matter. Like, that's why people want something like vanilla World of Warcraft again, which we'll never have, because the reason the community was so cool is because you had to talk to people. There wasn't just an internet treasure trove of information that you could go find out, you know? Like, Fotbot existed, which was old Wowhead, but it did not exist in the way Wowhead does these days. People still had to, like, discover things and then post about it on Fotbot. I don't think you can have that in today's climate in MMOs, because the internet is too, like, oppressive. People want their guides immediately, you know? People can't play video games without guides these days. It's sad. I love gaming knowing absolutely nothing about the story that I'm about to hopefully become enraptured. Like when I went through Mass Effect Trilogy for the first time just last year. Was it last year or was it like 2 years ago now? I don't know. Might have been 24. And I knew nothing about the game, even though the game had been out for over 10 years. It was new to me. Like, I never cared to look up a guide or anything like that over those 10 years. You know, why would I? I never played it, so I don't need one. But just seeing all the, like, cool things that happened in that game, like, damn, I can see why people love this game. And then it made me cry when I finished. So I was like, damn, I'm finished. Now what? I had a similar moment with Cyberpunk recently. I have not finished the base Cyberpunk yet, but I finished the DLC, Phantom Liberty. And I had to take a week of not playing the game after I finished Phantom Liberty. I was like, that was emotional. I'm drained now. I can't play this game for another week. Go again, then. I think this guy's mining. I'm just killing pterodactyls. Any pterodactyls up here? Oh, I actually done with pterodactyls, but I need 7 scales. Rude. I'm kind of conflicted on Cyberpunk though. I think it's a great game. It has amazing moments, like the story's been relatively good. The world is amazing. The gameplay is amazing. But I'm not gonna spoil anything. But I am a little conflicted about my overall like of it. Because there's something in that game that doesn't completely sit right for me. But just in case people haven't played, I'm not going to spoil what it is. But it's kind of understandable because it's also like a dystopian world, right? Do I need Gorilla's Cave? I haven't done Uchar. But I don't really want to go up there just yet. Guy wants to mine and he's like, I want to help someone get through there. Don't eat the content, Jeff, mate. How are you doing? This is all the content we've got. Don't eat it. Hope you had a good Easter. I completely forgot that it was actually... I haven't streamed since before Easter. Hope everyone that is here had a good Easter. Sorry, I didn't mention it before. There's just been so much happening. Completely slipped my mind. More party finder, huh? Hopefully that goes well. I knew it was Easter, but I forgot that I hadn't streamed since. I'm gonna go in this bug cave. Get in there, sort it out. Yeah, we're back on WoW. Because I need to finish the hardcore medley. I might stream some more Warhammer Online at times over the next months, but I think it's mainly going to be WoW. It depends. Depends if I'm playing with other people. You got a different Easter? What the hell? I didn't even know that countries had different Easters. Obviously there's different like Christmas and Chinese New Year, stuff like that, but you learn something new every day. Nice, it's Sinkling. Now we just gotta get in and out. Wob the cave. The crit. 619. Rey Mysterio. Yeah, I mean, you don't need to celebrate absolutely everything about Easter to enjoy chocolate, though, do you? Like when you're a child, you don't understand religion or anything that's going on, but I can eat the fucking chocolate. My fire is like so hot that it like just disintegrates the rain. Like Rocket is so hot right now, you know. The rain doesn't even stand a chance. It's not raining in the cave. There ain't no cave rain. Dream Streak. I've been watching a stream and I have a 10-day streak, but they don't know me because I've never talked in their chat. So if I just randomly press the button and said I have a 10-day streak, they would be like, who the fuck? I think it would be quite funny if I get it to like a month or something. Like, didn't. We should have killed the one that rolls, I think. Seven 4-7. I think I have only watched Amaranth stream once, and it was when Isfand was hanging out on a bed with her. They were like sleeping in the same bed, and I was like, what the fuck is even going on here? Like, as much as I like Booba, I don't really like watching Twitch Booba. Most of the female streamers that I watch are always like super wrapped up, you know, not showing off stuff. Just video gaming like regular people. Because if I wanted to watch Booba, you know, there's a time and place for it, and it's not when I'm going to be watching a stream. Gonna be alone in a dark room. Any devil saw? I don't see no devil saw. I'm kill this frenzied Tyrannix. Or he's gonna run away. Fucking went so far. Hey, I'm one of those. But which one? Wow, rude. I was gonna skin that guy and then he just disappeared in my face. If I was a... How do I say this? If I was a attractive female who had assets, I might consider making lots of money and then never having to work in my life. Who wouldn't? No devil saws. Good, good. What did I miss? Yeah, nothing. Yeah, exactly. The ladies who do it are just doing what gives them a good life, you know. And it's not like it's super easy. I know a lot of people, they're like, oh, you're hot, you could do OnlyFans, and then there are only like maybe 1% of people who do OnlyFans that actually make money. It's similar to Twitch streaming, right? Just because you press go live doesn't mean you're gonna make any money or be any good at it. I mean, I've streamed on and off for probably 7 years now, and I've made like $2,000, which is quite good for just playing video games, but you can't really live off it. But I am a man of good values. You're right. The beast. Right? That's how it is, right? If there's ever something you can do that would be much simpler than going to work, 100%. Yeah. A lot of people say VTuber. Just go with VTuber. You'll make thousands of dollars. But it doesn't exactly work like that, does it? We're halfway through this level now. That's pretty good. I just hit for 666 and 911 at the same time. Satan did 911. Fuck. I mean, it's kind of my plan, you know. I'm gonna change my career, go into nursing. Probably just do that for like 10 years. Obviously, I got to go through 3 years of school, but that's its own issue. But then do that for 10 years and then just like retire and play World of Warcraft. Easy. I don't want to work forever. I've hardly worked now. Like, I work for myself and I've hardly worked, you know? Why would I want to work forever? My work life has always been the bare minimum to survive. It's always just been the way I have been. I'm not a slave. I'm not looking to make billionaires richer. This is work. It takes so many hours to hit level 60. Days. This is work for sure. Plus, you know, like editing videos and such. It is work. This, even if it isn't making any money really. I mean, streaming probably makes me like overall, I'd say 5 to 10 cents an hour when subs aren't happening and all that stuff. It is like slave labor, but it is just playing a video game, so at least there's some enjoyment in it, you know. If I wanted to use these hours to actually make money, I wouldn't stream. That is the reality of it. My hope for when I do get into nursing is to find a job that allows me to just do like 3 12-hour shifts and then have 4 days off. Now, 3 12-hour shifts is fucking crazy, but you do get 4 days off. If I had those 4 days off, I could still stream. Yep, 12 hours. Have one day off after that just to fucking sleep and recover, and then stream for the next 3 days, you know. Easy. But we'll see what comes up. Do I sometimes don't turn? Hey, I'm dyslexic, but in quest intentionally. Yeah. When I was in the Barrens on my Orc Shaman, I think I had like 18 quests to turn in at the same time one time. That was it's pretty satisfying when you can line that up. Generally, lower levels is easier. Like, Unguro Crater is probably the only zone you can do that in the higher levels, because there are so many quests. Like, I have a lot of quest completes right now, right? I think maybe in Wrath of the Lich King, in Dragonblight, because there's different like locations where you pick up quests. One of the hubs you can pick up before you finish the other one, so I think I had like 10 or so quests to hand in at the same time during that. And that was pretty much a whole level. And I'm like, damn. That level was the fastest level I've ever. But in Classic, it happens sometimes when you get a whole level within like 2 minutes. Because of that. And that does feel very, very awesome. Like if you're at the end of a level and then you hand in a bunch of quests and you just level up twice, it's like... It doesn't really happen too much after level 20, but time to time, there's a bunch of quests to hand in. I think with where we are right now though, we can hand in some quests up here, but we got to go like to Benares and Winter Spring and all that stuff, so all that travel time increases that. We're probably going to be flying around for 20 minutes after we're done in Unguro Crater, so it's not going to be as satisfying. 20-minute flight before we get the hand in quest. But hopefully when we're done with these, we should level. The first level that has happened in over a month. Times. Happening on Warhammer right now. Destro is seemingly farming Order. It's quite funny. I played Order, right, for a lot of my time playing that game, and I started a Destro character last week, and then as soon as I started the Destro character, Destro seemed to be winning more. I don't think it's because of me, but there has to be a correlation. Although, when I was in tier 1 and I bought the chalice so I could heal, it was because of me that we started winning. I did like 800,000 healing after buying that. It was crazy. So I'll take that. I like that you can just go on their website and look at how many people are online. So you can see if there's actually content happening in that game. Disc Popper has reached level 60. What does that mean? Does he pop his disc or... I have no idea. I'll give Lokari a try when we hit 53 as well. If we can bang out all of this stuff, that'd be nice. Rocket Blast. 777. Probably with your student loans. There's 388 people online right now. Wait, you already are in debt. You know, I've been poor for a lot of my life, but I have never been in debt because I don't spend money that I don't have. Like, I'm so against spending money that doesn't exist. I've definitely taken things that get credit score up, but I have had the money, so I can't consider myself in debt. Because I don't want to ever be in a situation where I'm owing like thousands of dollars, you know? And I just don't have it. Yeah, it's mainly credit cards, I think. People just max out credit cards and then they're like, well, I'm bankrupt. Help. I know there's been a few people that have been rich, like 50 Cent or something like that, who have declared bankruptcy many a time because of stupid things like that. 50 Cent actually owns about 50 Cent. Once upon a time, he wrote a song, and the words said, "Have a baby by me, baby, be a millionaire. I'll write the check before the baby comes, who the fuck cares?" I don't think he could do that anymore. I've listened to some 50 Cent in my time. I'm not completely uncultured. No, 619. Gotta make some more water. And I'm gonna make some food after I eat. I'll eat and then make food. Although the line afterwards is actually funnier. Like, I'm stanky rich, I'm gonna die trying to spend this shit. How many times has he declared bankruptcy? At least 2 or 3, I think. He did not die trying to spend that shit. I always think about stuff like that and I'm like, kind of funny, isn't it? Now, someone like Elon Musk that has too much money for the entire human population to probably spend in all of their lifetimes, he probably will die trying to spend that shit. The man's almost a trillionaire. I think all the people in the entire world could not spend $1 trillion on like reasonable stuff, you know? There is no reason to even be a billionaire, let alone a trillionaire, I'm gonna be honest. That's why I think there should be a prestige system. If you hit $1 billion, you get a little card that says congratulations, you're a billionaire. And it stacks up, and you gotta start again. But I don't rule the world, so I can't enforce that. Yeah, so you have something like a debit card, right? So a debit card, you basically, if you've got the money, you can spend. Credit card, I don't think I've used a credit card in my life either, but I know like my parents did, because we were poor. so it's like you get a certain amount of money on it and you can spend it and you got to pay it back. So say you get a credit card and it has $2,000 on it. It's basically a loan. And you can spend that $2,000 however you want, but you will have to pay it back with some interest and stuff like that. So it's like, it's never a really great idea, but if it's something that's needed for like an emergency, I can understand it. But a lot of people do just keep stacking them up for whatever reason. The perpetual debt system that we love so much. But banks are kind of funny in general, right? Because you can put in like, say you have $1 million in your bank. If you go to then try to withdraw $1 million from your bank, that bank might not have $1 million to give you. I always find that kind of interesting about banks. Because they're obviously investing money in things to make money off your money. It's sort of like 401k or super, stuff like that. KiwiSaver here. Just because you have that amount of money in that doesn't mean it actually exists at that physical point in time. Money is such a weird concept, right? Big agility cloak. Because even Elon Musk with his 860 billion or however much it is right now, he doesn't actually have $860 billion. That's just like speculative. Man could be poorer than us. But because he's got all these like assets in companies that he owns or like stocks. He has that amount of money. So whenever I hear someone say, I'm rich, I've got all this stuff and stocks, I'm like, are you though? Like, that could just evaporate tomorrow. Like, Elon Musk could go from the richest man in the world to the poorest man in the world overnight. It probably won't happen, but it would be kind of funny. I would laugh. If anyone doesn't know, I'm not a fan of Elon Musk. Just in case you were wondering. Even before he started doing crazy stuff, I had talks with friends that I was like, I don't trust that guy. There's something about him. You give me this feeling. So it would be funny. But yeah, money and all that, the whole institution of money is always an interesting thing to think about because it basically is just something that doesn't actually exist. Like, no matter how much money the world has in it, physically impossible. And that's why I don't waste my time worrying about it. Like, I get enough money to survive and live and have a reasonably comfortable life without too much stress. Be able to help the people that I can. And after that, I don't care. It's quite possible that I will never have, like, more than $1 million, you know? In my entire life. Sitting around doing nothing. And I'm okay with that. I don't care about hitting a high score. Because in the end, when I die, what is that money going to do? Sit around for a few years? Maybe some people that like are within my life might have some fun with it. But it really doesn't matter in the end, does it? This is why when I think of billionaires hoarding all this wealth, I'm like, why? It's not like they're gonna be able to take it with them. When the dark calls. It's nice to be able to buy things that you want and have the money that you need at certain points, but when you're dead, we're all poor. I have come to grips with death a lot more than other people in life, I think, though, because I've been close to it many a time. Maybe not many a time, 2 or 3 times. You know, I almost fell off a mountain when I was like 18. So, it's been some other times, but I've been skydiving and stuff like that. Like, whenever it happens, it happens. There's nothing I can do about it. I think there's a lot of people that aren't able to accept that reality as easy as I have. And it's fine, because death is scary for a lot of people. It should be. You don't want to, like, just die, you know? As much as millennials, people in my age bracket might say, man, what's the point? There's a point because they keep fighting to live. Every day you live is a victory. But I also live every day as if it could be the last day. Words of wisdom. Like, I've had friendships over the years that just randomly end. And it's not because of death or anything, it's just because we fall out of touch or something. But even with friendships, I live every day like it, or I spend every opportunity I can with them like it could be the last time I get to talk to them. Because it's happened so many times because I've been on the internet for so long. Like people I've played vanilla World of Warcraft with that just randomly disappear one day, you know? There's been so many people over the 20 years I've played WoW that we say goodnight to each other, say see you tomorrow, and then I never see them again. It's kind of sad, but it's happened so many times that it's just like a part of life now, you know? That's okay. I'm gonna talk about the things that I talk about, no matter if people are also talk. But hopefully it gives you some insight and wisdom to live your life to the best. I'm the wise tree. Almost 40. Gonna go back to school. Like what you said, Dream. It is weird going back to school when you're older. Like for me, I've been out of school for 20 years and I'm like, I'm gonna go back. It's gonna be a strange experience. I don't even know how I'll go, but I feel like I'll do better than the generation of cell phone addicts. Because sometimes I leave my phone at home when I go outside. I am not addicted to that thing at all. When my friends came over from Australia and they were down here seeing me, there was a point in time where we were at a cafe just having lunch and they all pulled out their cell phones. And I lean over to my friend who's sitting beside me. I'm like, look at the difference between people like me and your generation. You guys just pull out your cell phone as soon as you sit down. Now, to be fair, he's not that much younger than I am. He's still in his 30s. But there is a difference. Ego Andy. I know. It was more as like a joke comment, but it is kind of funny. There are a lot of times where I'll be like in the real world and I'll just make like a comment that is more like a streamer comment. Like a friend of mine was looking for a job recently and he was like, oh, this one's only taken applications from females. And I'm like, rude. Not like something I meant, but like the streamer reaction came out, you know? I thought that was kind of funny. You can get rid of Savage Frond, we don't need it. He doesn't sound. But I do that from time to time. When interacting with people in real life, I just randomly have a streamer moment. Usually people I know. That at least know that I stream. Like if I do it in a random person's presence, that would be weird. Almost 2 PM. I think we can make 53 today, thankfully. Obviously with all the rested experience we've had. Sadly it is only going to be a level and a half no matter what, because there is a cap on it, but it is helpful. I don't even know what my lunar sphere of fire wrath looks like. Let's pull it out. Barkley. It does light up the world. It lights up the world like nobody else. I think the only reason I ever heard Justin Bieber songs was because my sister was a fan of Justin Bieber. Maybe not so much now, but you know, when she was much younger. I had one sister listening to Justin Bieber all the time and one sister listening to Kesha all the time, and I was like, man, I would have been happy if I never heard any of these songs, but it's okay, you like what you like. I don't think either of them liked, you know, death metal or anything like that, like I have liked over the years. So you like what you like. That's okay. Can't really handle death metal that well these days. I don't like the screaming. My ears are too old. If I hear someone just shouting at me, I'm like, nah, can't do it. Too loud. Not even 1,000. That was a weak pyroblast. We can have a chance though. About 90% crit. That was a 1060 fireball. That's pretty good. I think that might be the highest fireball I've ever seen on Grocket. Not 100% sure, but nice. Because of spell batching, you can get 4 crits out of combustion on classic. Which is pretty awesome. If you batch a fire blast to like a fireball or something. It basically works like elemental mastery for elemental shaman, because that also increases the critical chance, I believe. Never leveled an elemental shaman in classic, but I believe it just crit chance. But you could like batch a lightning bolt and an earth shock together. Because they'd hit on the same tick. So when Classic WoW first came out, people that were playing Elemental Shaman were just like one-shotting people because of that. I think Fire Mage would be able to do the same. But Combustion's a little bit more RNG, I think. But I think Elemental Mastery gives you guaranteed. Combustion is like a 10% stacking buff. What class are you playing in Final Fantasy XIV anyway, Jeff, mate? Is it a good one? Or is it a black mage? I had a black mage in my static, and he was always someone who was like, alright, you can only use the ultimate black mage weapon if you've completed that ultimate on the black mage. He was a black mage purist, right? He only played that. So I would always... Well, I only completed one ultimate because I didn't care. But I went and bought the black mage weapon as like the first ultimate weapon that I bought, and then ran around behind him with it equipped, and it would always trigger him. It was so funny. He's like, you don't even play black mage, you're not allowed to equip that. Like, well, I have. What are you gonna do about it? Absolute menace behavior. But I was a gun breaker. The gun mode. He's gonna go through the whole series. Ah, Lord. Oof. That is our biggest fireball crit. That was a good one. Clean. Ah, that makes sense. You gotta use your money when you die to repair. Yeah, Viva Fever, you know, it's a bad one. Viva Fever will get you. Need to pee. So I'm gonna go to town, sell some items, hand in a quest or two, and then go toilet. I'm very hydrated today. Because the action in World of Warcraft is so, like, relaxed, I feel like I hydrate way better in this game.
I got the best deals anywhere.
You are a black mage? Yeah, I could get a sense of it. Keep that. I just had a feeling you liked mages from all the discussions we've had.
Glad I
Hey
could
there.
help.
See you around. Safe travels.
Hey there. Have a good one. Safe travels.
I wore many hats in Final Fantasy XIV. I started as... I was basically a Gunbreaker main when I started the game. Like, as soon as I could pick up Gunbreaker, I picked it up. So the first time I ever did a Savage raid, I played Gunbreaker, but I joined the static that I was in that raid as a Red Mage. I had not leveled Red Mage at the time. I had not even picked it up. But I was like, you know what? I want to play Red Mage at some point, so I can do
Good day
this.
to you. Very good.
I will do
You
this.
have a great day. Very well then.
Gun mode, no cringe, exactly. I too watch Psygnosis Fix from time to time. Bisu in Prague is on. So I leveled Red Mage over a weekend just to raid as a Red Mage with that group. It was my first raid group in Final Fantasy XIV. And it was also a bunch of people who had never really done Savage before. So I felt like, you know, even though I have many years of WoW experience, I fit in here because we're all gonna suck together. And we did. But
What's up?
we cleared Shiva. Full blind. EADS. Literally probably the hardest fight. That expansion.
Oh, do I
Maybe
have a deal for you?
multiple
Right
expansions.
back.
With no guides. So I think we did alright. Yes. Really, it took a long time. I don't remember how long it took, but it was many months. Light Rampant was probably a month or two alone to proc. I had dreams. I want to call them dreams, but they were probably nightmares about Light Rampant. Because I slowed down the footage of Light Rampant and just watched it constantly to try and figure out how to do that mechanic. So I had literal nightmares about hearing light consume you constantly for like a week. But yeah, I have watched through. I knew ultimate relativity would be a thing because my friends and I, when we were progging E12s, we were like, when this becomes an ultimate, it's gonna say ultimate relativity. And then it was. They literally took the mechanic. I'm glad they went with through instead of like the extreme series, because I feel like that would have been shit. Like, they basically skipped Stormblood Extremes, right? They were like, nah, that's gonna be shit. We don't need that. Yeah, Omega happened. Yeah, Stormblood EX. I think they just skipped that. We're just talking about Final Fantasy 14 raid stream. Damn Twitch ads. If I could go back and not like have a sub button so I didn't have to run ads, I would probably do that at this point. But sadly, Jeff Bezos wants more money. Jeff Matt Bezos. Anyway, I'm gonna go toilet. I need to piss. So I'm gonna log out. Go toilet. We're 18,000 away from leveling. I'll do some more quests down here. We'll definitely level. I love alpha. I literally have an emote of alpha. But even I didn't want to do that ultimate. I cleared Uwu and then my group was like, we're gonna go do whatever that shit's called, I can't remember. And I was like, nah, I'm just gonna stop playing the game. I don't want to do it. I made this emote myself. When I started doing graphic design, I decided to try and make some Twitch emotes. And that's one of the first ones I ever made. Alright, I'll be back in a few minutes. Near Pete, I might eat something as well. And then we'll get on with it. Ah. Just what the doctor ordered. Okay. Let's see, blood petals. Gotta go over here for the frenzied pterodactyl and the other thingo. Still need dimetrodon. Locked. I won't go hand in the stuff yet. Thank you. Good to be back. Just a muesli bar. I feel some stuck in my teeth or whatever. But just a muesli bar. Quick, easy. A little bit of sugar. Nice. It was actually Final Fantasy 14 when I was raiding in that game a lot that made me start eating muesli bars while streaming. Because obviously if you're doing like 10-hour raid days, you need to keep your energy up, right? You don't just want to be like running on low. So ever since that, I'm a muesli bar enjoyer. Done with the bones. Go on, Grocket. Oh, we gotta hide. I actually can't do anything with these. Because I don't have engineering. So generally with level working, you'll cure the rugged hide. With a salt shaker, which comes from engineering. And because I'm playing account founder, don't have engineering. Oh. There's probably some people that don't like muesli bars. Those people might be wrong, but... pretty much sums it up. Sweet, that's not too sweet. Some health benefits, perhaps. I will say, after going to the dentist, like I went to the dentist twice last month. It was rough. But I hadn't really been to the dentist a whole lot prior to that. Because, like I've said, I've been poor throughout my life. Really have the money to. I do feel when things are in my teeth now, like a little bit of muesli bar there. My teeth weren't absolutely horrible, but they weren't as clean as they are now. After getting like a actual dentist clean, you know. But I am glad I went. Damn, our whole combustion gone and it was on a partial resist. I had a whole tooth taken out. That was unfun. 'Cause danger country. Yeah, I had a tooth that has been kind of bad throughout a lot of my life that, you know, I should have taken care of many years ago. But I did not really have the means to do so. So after much pain throughout my life, I finally had the means to do so. Got it done, you know? My pain threshold is quite high. Thankfully. But yeah, that definitely not a pain that I want to experience ever again. Damn, he came up and thrashed me. Man was out to get me. Yeah, it's not a good feeling, huh? Especially when you hear like the tools. It's like, oh no. Thankfully, you're pretty numb when it happens, but man. Still, you hear it. You kind of feel something, like there's a pulling. It's definitely a bit fucked. But I would definitely say go to the dentist regularly. Well, I think people back then just like chewed on bark and stuff like that, you know, that would keep your teeth kind of always in good shape. And there's a lot more sugar in food in the modern world because everything is fucking processed. And obviously too much sugar is quite bad for teeth. Like, it doesn't matter what kind of food you get in, it's probably got sugar in it. Even if it says it doesn't have sugar in it, it'll probably be. Maybe it was the ancient aliens They helped everyone with their teeth. But, you know, as soon as we developed our own means of doing it, the aliens were like, oh, they don't need us anymore. They're fine, they'll take care of it. It was a joke, in case. But also, maybe? You never know. I wasn't there. I wasn't there thousands of years ago. As far as I know, maybe I was. Maybe if, like, reincarnation exists, maybe I was there, but I don't remember that shit. It's like when I have a dream and it's someone else's life, I'm like, is this like a life that I've lived, or we just... we're here for no reason? Like, who am I? I've had so many dreams that are other people's experiences. Always a weird thing. Du hungst. This is concernus off. I mean, I'm scared of our wisdom. Sometimes we let toddlers rule the world. Weird thing. I don't think we have wisdom. Collectively, I think we're pretty stupid. You need more. Sure, it's nice. I'm glad we don't need to wait for respawn. It's always an interesting thing to like think about. Like, you know, if you're let's say just an average intelligence person, right? Like, I would consider myself at times just average intelligence. I mean, everyone here is very smart. They're like 200 IQ at least. But average intelligence. Like, I know things, there's things that I'm good at, but I'm not an absolute expert at everything. But then I think about it and I say, well, if I'm average intelligence, at least 50% of the world's population is, like, dumber than me. But then there has to be like a 50% population of those below average intelligence that are also dumber than them. So collectively, humanity is stupid as hell. Sometimes I wish I could be ignorant to, like, things. You know, ignorance is bliss, and it's 100% true. I concern myself in the events of the world and all that a bit too much. I try not to, but, you know, I see shit go down and I'm sad for humanity. I'm like, why is this even happening? It's 2026. Why do we need to kill each other? We're all the same. But then I remember half the people are stupid, so it is what it is. Yeah, I completely... Like, I have Facebook just to talk to people that I, you know, keep in touch with throughout years, and that is the only social media I really use outside of Twitch and YouTube. I do not use Twitter. I use Instagram. Just a waste of time. There's too many people raging about too much stuff. It's like a constant negative feedback loop, you know? Not healthy for the average human being. I do count YouTube and Twitch as social media, but they're more like, depending on how you use them at least. Like, I use it for things that I care about. Obviously, with streaming and making YouTube videos, there's a little bit of social interaction that goes on there. But generally, I'm not looking up, like, what's the world news today on YouTube, you know? But if you're on Twitter, that shit's gonna be in your face like 24/7. Back before the internet, shit was happening in the world. We just all didn't hear about it immediately, and it was like such a nice, peaceful place. But now, because the internet's so open and everyone's got their opinion and they want to share it with the world and all that stuff, you know, you hear about everything. So it always looks like the world's gonna end because everyone's talking at each other. XDD skill issue. Throughout my life, I've definitely fallen into some rabbit holes, especially when, like, conspiracy and stuff. You know, when I was in my 20s and I was like, I wonder if there's anything weird happening in the world. And then you start going down a rabbit hole and it's like, gotta get yourself out of there. You want to know what's going on. But I generally am pretty well balanced these days, I would say. But yeah, if you live on Twitter, you're probably always thinking the world's about to be done. Now, there's probably some good reasons for that right now. Certain things that probably shouldn't have happened, but I don't worry about it too much. Whatever happens, happens. If I've always said, you know, if a nuclear bomb ever goes off, I'm just gonna pull out my deck chair and like be like, alright, I'll just watch. Can't do anything. No point panicking. But as I mentioned, I accepted death many years ago. When I almost died. That's why it's nice to just like play a video game from 20 years ago and not really care about whatever is happening, right? While you're playing like Warhammer Online or World of Warcraft, you're not really on social media, you're not looking up shit. Just fire blasting some pterodactyls. That's all we really need in life, just fire blasting pterodactyls. Exactly. Why would I go hiking and almost die from falling off a mountain when I can just play a game from 21 years ago and not die? Like, sure, I'm playing hardcore, so it's pretty much the same thing. But, like, I wouldn't die in real life. It's just a character. Just pixels. Now I go hiking and WoW. There's a event on in Warhammer Online right now, and it's pretty cool because there's a bunch of like Easter eggs that you got to collect, right? But they're all hidden throughout the world, and so many people that haven't really explored the map are now exploring the map trying to find them. And it's like, guys, you guys have been playing this game for so many years and you don't even know what's actually in the game, but they're all having so much fun looking around. So it's kind of cute. When I started playing that game again, I did like quests in all those zones, so I kind of know them when I'm running around them. I'm not lost. There's so many little things that you can stumble into. But there's a lot of people that play that game in just PvP, which is fair. It is probably the best game for PvP, in my opinion, even though it's a dead game private server. Dead game private server. I hope I don't die in real life if I die in game. Like, Garland died. I guess the hardcore Medley is like being a cat in real life, you know? You've got 9 lives, but in the hardcore Medley you got 8. So when Garland died, that was 1 of our 8 lives. I'm gonna go Silphus. Get flight path. We're almost done in Unguro. Gotta get a few more of these things. I do that sometimes. It is how my brain works. Sometimes things are in reverse. That's why a lot of the time, if I'm reading a chat message, I won't like read it out fully. I might read out a little bit, or I just read it in my head, because there's always mistakes in there. If I read absolutely everything that came into chat, I would be fucking stumbling over everything. It's like when I play a story game and I'm reading all the lore and I'm like, nope, that doesn't make sense. What did I just say? Fun. Fun time. There's a lot of streamers that will read out like all the chat message. I'm just like, I will never do that. Because if I do that, I'm going to be spending like half the time reading chat messages, but then also like half the time trying to fix what I said. Because I read it backwards. I never understood why I was bad at reading in school. Things that you learn later in life. I really hated, like, I went to a Catholic high school and you had to take religious education. It was like mandatory for the first 3 years. And I had never read a Bible before high school. Like, I had been to church with my grandma or whatever, just, you know, when I was a kid, just hanging out, because I was with her that day. I didn't really care for it, but I went because she went. And, like, one of the first times we were in religious education, they made me read a passage from the Bible, and I'm just like, can hardly read, let alone something I haven't read ever. The whole class was listening, and I'm like,
How may I help?
come on, dude. Why you gotta do this? That's fucked up. Like, they chose the one guy that was, like, not Catholic. I think there was a few other people that weren't Catholic going to that school, but we were very few and far between. It was like a token non-Catholic, you know? I have read the Bible since then because I like understanding literature, and that is a literacy piece, isn't it? I really like the Book of Revelations. That's my favorite part. If you ever want to read something, Book of Revelations is pretty fun. There are some shitty parts in it, you're right. But, you know, if people want to believe in stuff and read stuff, I don't hold it against them. There's shitty moments throughout all of human history. We are shitty in general. We're dumb and shitty. That's humanity. That's our legacy. Level 53.
Time is money, friend. Glad I could help.
We're dumb, shitty, and once upon a time we were covered in our own shit.
Keep it real.
You as like a billionaire, or as a meal, or whatever they want to call it. There's a pretty distinct, yeah, like Dream said.
Hey, off and away. Be seeing you.
Like,
Very well,
what
then.
side are you on?
Off and away. Very good. Be seeing you.
Ragnarok. For Ragnarok? Are these boots better than these boots? They're freely stand, but like 4 extra in. I think that would be good. We'll keep them. I don't know what I'm getting when I level up next,
Interesting.
talent-wise. Figure it out when we get there. A few days away.
Potential customer.
I don't think I'd use these on any of the other characters.
Hurry back.
Alright. Let's go finish these quests and probably head down here and kill Lakari since we're 53 now. We'll wrap up by actually finishing Unguro Crater. That whole thing that happened, like, I mentioned earlier, I got into conspiracy theories when I was like in my 20s. I'm not so surprised by an island of that. You know? It's sick. Disgusting. Wish it didn't happen, but I'm not surprised. Nice, 7, 7, 7. Lucky sevens. Three more of these and just, what, 2? Yeah, 2 scales, which is good actually. Generally I need a fuck ton of scales or dinosaur bones when I'm finishing up, so we have been kind of lucky on the dinosaur bones. Like, I think this is probably the luckiest character on them. It's always funny when I'm playing WoW what kind of conversations we can go into. It's like no one actually cares about the World of Warcraft. It's all about the just chatting, but that's why I like classic WoW. Because it is a just chatting video game. Like, retail WoW is so much more stuff that you gotta focus on, you can't just talk to people, you know? But because I'm only pressing one button every 3 seconds in this game, really chill. Why I don't raid on stream anymore. If I do raid, I don't do it on stream. But to be fair, I haven't raided in a video game for... Well, I did raid in the Wolf Inn, but I never streamed it. So it's been at least 6 months. Probably like nearly a year though, that I haven't raided in a video game in general. Because I don't count Warhammer Online warbands as raiding. It's just PvP. Can still shit talk. Unless like Classic Plus comes out or Season of Discovery comes out again, I would actually play the shit out of Season of Discovery if they re-released it. Phase 1. I think I would make a group with my friends and just do 10-man raiding in that game while it's available and have some fun. Because I didn't do that last time. I think those are the only 2 options for me when it comes to raiding in the future. Because I don't know if I'm going to play Final Fantasy XIV again. As much as I did prefer the Final Fantasy raids over the WoW raids, I just like, you know, uptime maxing way more than I like random shit happening all over the screen. At least I know what's going to happen in Final Fantasy. Uptime maxing. Gosh. Speaking about social media and then saying maxing right after. Cringe. That's why I found tank in Final Fantasy so fun, because like if you could maximize your uptime, you're gonna do so much more damage than a tank that's just like avoiding mechanics, pressing his buttons when he can, but not like worrying about doing it constantly. Like I had a friend who came from WoW. He's a really good WoW tank. Like he raid leads for the retail guild that I've been in for over 10 years. And he tanks in there. But he came to Final Fantasy and his like mechanical uptime skills were bad, to say to say the least. Because it is a completely different game, right? If you're not used to the flow, it's like so hard to actually be good at. I know Preach recently did a video, for anyone that knows Preach, he's like a streamer. But he recently did a video where he was talking about how he finally completed a Savage raid tier in Final Fantasy. And he realized how bad he was at playing Final Fantasy when he started doing Savage. Yeah. Because it is a completely different video game. Even when I started playing Final Fantasy after so many years of WoW, I was like 50 percentile at best, you know? Getting my blue pass and being like, man, I'm so good right now. Because my movement was shit, my uptime was shit, my button presses were shit. Like, there's so much stuff to learn when you play a new MMO, even if you have lots of experience. That's why it's always fun to try different video games. Blue pass on blue mage. I was a red mage, not a blue mage. Can't get a red pass. But yeah, I played red mage in my first tier, and then for E9 to 12 I played dancer, which I would never do again because I hated the fact that my damage was tied to someone playing like shit. Like, the group that I was in that tier I was playing dancer, the samurai was probably the worst player. So I couldn't pass high because he would always get grazed. And then blame me for taking his damage. Like, that's not how it works. There were times on my dancer where I was second in DPS in that group. Well, how's this even happen? His range is always like the redhead's stepchild, you know? You're meant to be last. You're helping the rest of the group. Unless you're a machinist, then you just get shit on because they hate machinists. You do no damage and you don't give any buffs. Yeah, WoW just has DPS on Warcraft logs. There's like phases of a fight you can look through so you can see when people did damage at like actually important times and not just padding, but it is all just one big combined score in Warcraft logs. It's interesting too because the person that made FF logs made Warcraft logs, like they're the same person, so it's always interesting to me that they're so different. See, unless you're like really top quality WoW player, you don't really care too much about passing. Obviously people will try to get bigger number so they can be better person, right? But it's not as easy. Hello, Mr. Devilsaur. It's not as easy to get like a 99 in World of Warcraft because there's so much like RNG and shit you got to deal with. Compared to Final Fantasy where it's just like, if you get crits and good RNG, you can get a 99. Good pass, good person. True. Like, I don't think I'm better at Final Fantasy than I am at WoW, but I'm better at getting 99s in Final Fantasy than I am in WoW. I did find it much easier to pass good over there. As long as the rest of the team didn't try to kill me. Which did happen a few times. I still remember, what was it? P12? Yeah, P12S phase 2. I had an absolute godly opener. For like the first 4 minutes of that fight, I was definitely on rank 1 pace. And then the healer that was meant to Asuna me from the tank mechanic, you know, the Crush Helm I think it is, did not Asuna me. So I died. I'm like, well, 07 rank 1. But other than that, my gameplay was okay. Had to rely upon other people, which is raiding, isn't it? I think we go for Lakari now since we have 6 stacks of combustion. Hopefully he doesn't resist the Pyro Blast. He is level 56. It's funny you mention that because there's so many people in my life that will tell me a story and then they will tell me the same story like a week later and I'm like, yep, cool. People have started picking up on the fact that I've heard the story though, because I'll be like not as interested obviously. So I'll be like, I've told the story, haven't I? But yeah, it's like, you know, you never know. There might be new people here ready to listen to the story for the 600th time. Oh, nice. That's good. Start. Easy. Easy Lakari. I mean, life isn't full of new stories, is it? Sometimes you gotta tell the old goodies, because you don't have new stories to tell. And I'm someone that works from home, plays video games at home, does their groceries at home. I don't go out that much. I'll go out for a walk every now and then. I'll mow the lawns, which is outside. Go down to the beach sometimes when it's warm, but it's getting into winter, so not too much. So it's hard to get new stories sometimes. So I just gotta tell the old goodies all over the place. You will enjoy the old goodies as many times as I feel like telling them. You will smile and you will say, that's a great story. And then I will say thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk. It's part of streaming, isn't it? Yeah, exactly. MMO players forget things constantly. I would consider my memory to be amazing on the scale of like amazingness, because I remember so much stuff throughout life. But I don't care that much about remembering absolutely everything in MMOs. So I choose to forget some things so I can rediscover them later.
Ancestors watch.
I think that's just like a wide occurrence for MMO players. Morvic. Alright, one more blood pedal. Still need 2 Dimetrodon scale. And then we are done with Ungro Crater. And then they're like, man, retail players could never kill this mob in Elwyn Forest as good as I would. They'd need add-ons for it. They'd need like a tank and a healer. They could never solo Holger. To be fair though, Holger is actually a menace. He's definitely killed a lot of people. But when Classic WoW first came out in 2019, I remember all the forum posts and all that. Just people being like, oh, it's going to be so much harder than retail. You retail Andes aren't even going to be able to play it. It's going to be ridiculous. And then it came out and it was like super easy because it always was. And we're just so much better than what we were back then. Like even when I was 16 clearing Molten Core, I did not find it difficult. The only reason it was hard is because I had 500 latency and my computer was ass and I'd get like 2 frames per second. Like that was the difficulty. But you know, I went and did like the Hunter Epic Bow Staff quest and all that stuff in vanilla. It was easy, but the limitations that we had back then in performance and add-ons made it feel hard for the time. I never cleared Naxxramas in vanilla. My guild got close. I was in my last year of exams, so I thought I wouldn't play Naxxramas that hard, so I only killed a few bosses. But I would consider like Naxxramas in vanilla hard. Mainly because most people didn't get to that point. Yeah, 100%. In the open world, which is why I like leveling in hardcore, right? I don't really care about raiding in hardcore because it's easy as fuck. Like if I die, it's probably going to be to a random one-shot or like pull an aggro or something like that in hardcore. But the open world is special. It's not ridiculously difficult. But if you don't pay attention to it... Where did that devil saw go? It can still beat your ass. Just standing there menacingly. That's what brings me back to hardcore so much. I'm like, I like leveling in Classic. The world is great. You know, it's a world that I grew up with. In its peak form, it's pristine. It's not cataclysmed. This is our beautiful world. They would destroy it. To quote Final Fantasy XIV. Like, I think I've proved it that I could continuously level in Classic WoW forever if I wanted. I would get burnt out over time, like I have, but we've done so much leveling in the last 40 days played of World of Warcraft. People don't like accepting that other people like things that they don't, I think. Like, if we all liked the same thing, the world would be extremely boring, right? Like, I make a YouTube video and then someone comments on it and they're like, it's not that it's boring, it's just that you suck, or something like that. It's like, no, it is boring. Like, Demonology Warlock in Classic World of Warcraft was boring. But there's people that will fight me for that opinion. Like, just because you enjoy it doesn't mean I have to. Oops, wrong button. I was meant to combustion. I would hate if I played World of Warcraft and I liked absolutely everything about every class. Because then I would not need to play any other video game. It would be like I would have just actually played WoW for 20 years and never stopped. I like that I don't like everything about World of Warcraft, because then I have reason to try other games and see if there's things that I can like in that. Like, I hate WoW PvP. I like Warhammer Online PvP. So I've got that covered, you know? Warhammer Online PvP, while you're leveling, can be oppressive as fuck. But at least I'm not being ganked by a rogue in Strangleform Vale constantly. Like, I can actually breathe a little bit, you know? I can go toe-to-toe for level 40 while I'm level 20. He might kill me in the end because of gear advantage and level advantage. He's got more abilities. But if he's not as good as I am, maybe there's a slight chance that I could get him. There have been moments in Warhammer where I'm just like, damn, that was fun. Like, that's why I made a Destro character, because there's some people that play Destro in that game that they don't really seem to care if they win or lose, they just want some good fights. And Order doesn't really have that. Order has a bunch of whiny babies. As soon as they start losing, they're just like, I'm gonna log off. Done for the day. And it was kind of annoying. I'm like, fuck it. I'll go Destro, try it out. It happens on Destro as well, but I think not as much. I am 37. That is a correct question or statement. Old. Basically dead already. I mean, a lot of people throughout my life think I'm in my 20s. The people that I ran into from high school, I was like, damn, we look good. Like, we have not aged. I was like, you guys look great. Look the same. It's crazy. Yeah, I'm 37 Dream. Is King Mosh out here? I think a lot of people that I went to school with, though, because they were wealthy, are really good looking. I'm not wealthy, but I guess I stole some of that somewhere. Fucking pummel. Pummel ass. Thank you. I take care of myself. I need to get a good skincare routine so I can actually... I got a lot of pimples, especially around these parts. I'm going through puberty. Nice, clean map. Beautiful. I love it. I have always said I might be a vampire. Just because I didn't age for like a long time. If I get rid of my facial hair, I don't know if it still holds, but about 5-6 years ago, I shaved my beard off and I did look like I was 15 years old.
Talk to me. Glad I could help.
I was like, dang. Went back in time. That's a good intellect piece. Alright, Chief mate.
Hello.
See, right now I don't really have a skincare
Have a
routine,
good one.
but I do have pretty good sunscreen. Which kind of works. But I want to get some like moisturizer or something. I think sunscreen, taking care of yourself in that way, is definitely one of the best things you can do for aging. Like not letting yourself get sunburnt to hell is definitely a helpful thing. I think I'm gonna put on this and this.
I got what you need.
We'll lose a little bit of spell power, but I don't think it matters.
Hurry back.
Alright, let's go hand in quests. It's gonna take a few minutes.
Yo.
Maybe like 20 minutes of flying around, but we'll get it done. A lot of people probably look older than they are because of sun damage, I would say. So sunscreen is definitely big thing for me. I got really badly sunburned a few years ago when I came up here while visiting just to look at houses and stuff. Went to the beach and did not have sunscreen on. My face was red as fuck. So I learned my lesson. I don't want to do that again. But there's a lot of people that, you know, don't wear enough sunscreen and all that who definitely look way older than they actually are. Like sometimes you'll see someone in their 30s and they'll look 50, you know, because they've been outside working hard all day without sunscreen for like 20 years. It's like, gotta wear that shit. So I think even something as small as that is pretty big. My overall data is not working. whatever reason. I mean, it's good. It's better to be overprotected than nothing at all, right? I would rather have too much sunscreen on and feel like a greasy mess than burn. Thankfully, I can take some sun without burning, like probably a good half hour or something on a hot sunny day where I don't start burning. But after that, like if I'm out mowing the lawns, I'll definitely put on sunscreen. As annoying as it is when you're mowing the lawns, because you got sunscreen on and then all the grass sticks to you. I would rather have grass sticking to me than become a lobster. Alright, we gotta go to Winter Spring before we go to Paralysis, so let's teleport down Aces. Gonna go a little overtime today, since it's our first time playing WoW in over a month. Do a little bit of overtiming. Jermima. Not Jermina. Jermima. I've also been using lip balm recently. I had not used lip balm until after that time I got sunburnt because my lips were hella cracked after that. Go back there. Yes.
Can I assist you?
But it's quite nice.
Stars guide you.
Have a nice moisturized lips. First time I put it on, it was like just dipping them in water, you know? It felt like they were so refreshed and good. So I've definitely been getting more into like skincare and keeping myself looking good over the last few years. I want to look like I'm 30 when I'm 50 or something. We'll see how the stress of nursing ages me though.
Tyrande has no idea how to lead our people.
Obviously working in healthcare can be quite stressful.
I am honored. Goddess, watch over you. Till next night, illuminate your path.
Alright. Now we start pressing this every 10 minutes. We need 20 marrow grain. Earth root. We got earth rooted. Unlucky. Since we're going to Winter Spring, we'll go pick up Starfall while we're there. We sledding anyway. Might as well pick up Moon Touch as well. So we'll go here to Winter Spring, down to Paralysis. Then I think we've got to go back to Winter Spring. A little bit of a fuck around right now, but we're basically at the end of the day anyway, so. Did good today though, almost a level and a half.
I am listening.
Quite happy with that.
Nice.
Definitely looking to try and stream tomorrow and the day after as well, so at least 54 should be on the cards. Maybe 55 if we're lucky. Then over the weekend, I think I might try to edit Balmer's video.
Peace be with you.
Try.
May the
Something might come up, but I will try. And then I'm going to be all caught up. I'd like to get Balmer's video done before having to edit Rocket's video, you know? If I can catch up and stay up instead of being 3 months behind like I was before, then I'll be happy. Welcome back, Chief Matt. Did you fall in the toilet for a while? It happens. I guess there's another quest here as well to go and pick up. Go to Western Plaguelands. But I think our next stream on this character will probably be Foulwood. Cleaning up things that we can clean up there for the Lincoln quests and all that. Then maybe the Plaguelands afterwards. We'll see. Burning Steps we've already done, but there is a quest that I did forget to do. But it's only worth 2k experience, so I'm like, nah, it's not even worth going back for. Like, why would I do that? I don't need it. I don't need no burning steps. It's not really warming up the room anymore. Headed on a nice 20 degrees. It was pretty cold this morning when I woke up. I'm feeling like it's about 20 degrees right now, so I don't think I need it on any longer. I will say, having a air conditioning unit in pretty much every room in the house is pretty nice. I'm not I haven't even used one of them. Because it's just in the spare room. My grandma slept in there like 2 nights, and that's the amount of people that have been in that spare room. It's got an AC though. So if anyone's ever in there, it's at least warm. Especially because, like, using a AC versus a heater, the power is less. So the power bill's not as expensive as it could be if it was, like, just cold and I was using a heater. It warms better, less power usage. Very cool. I don't know why the landlord decided they wanted to do it, but I appreciate it. I'm happy with it. She just came around one day to meet me and she was like, I'm gonna put heat pumps in all the rooms. I'm like, okay. Sounds fine. She's paying for it. I don't give a fuck. Got one of those rare landlords that's actually like useful. If I was a landlord, I would like to think that I would be a good landlord and care about the people giving me free money every week. Because there's not much reason to not keep like happy paying customers happy, but for some reason people just like burning those bridges all the damn time. Look how small these things are on the map. I really made them so small. Like, I'm assuming that rent will probably increase here. And I could be okay with paying $10 extra a week. But anymore, with the cost of living, yeah, I don't know. So if the landlord's like, we need to increase the rent, I'm be like, you can have $10. Final offer. Because if not, well, then they have to find someone else to live here, right? And that's a task. You might not get people who are paying rent every week on time, stuff like that. I think renters hold way more power than they think they do. And I definitely showed it when I moved out of the last house that I was in. That landlord was an asshole. I moved out, and then he didn't have anyone living in that house for like 4 months. Serves him right.
Hey there. See you later. Have a good one. For the Alliance. Be
Hey there.
careful.
We only need that one quick for now. Trouble in winter spring, Donovan. With that. There it is.
Well, spit it out.
Verified accounts only.
Glad I could help.
If that is on, it has probably always been on. Because I haven't changed anything. Maybe it's just actually working correctly now. Because generally I don't like being spammed by people who just make a bunch of accounts and don't have anything tied to it, you know? Weird. You were Hacker Man. I can't believe it. It's mainly to combat bots. You still get some, obviously. They still come in and they're like, buy viewers here. Stuff like that. But if someone's like botting a bunch of messages all at once, mainly to combat that. Like, back when I started streaming, I think I got attacked by one guy that just kept posting 10 bots back to back.
Great to meet you. Off with you.
It was many years ago, though.
Watch your back.
Yeah, fair. No problem. I'm happy to help. See, you write "Dan you" and I write "thanks you." Like I thanked someone in another stream chat last week and I wrote "thanks you" instead of "thank you." Fucking. That's way worse. Yeah, I think honestly New Zealand SIM cards are the only cheap item. Everything else expensive as fuck. But it's nice that you can get a cheap SIM card. Everyone's got their burner phones. There's like new SIM card every other day. Yeah. I mean, my new phone has 2 SIM cards. I'm like, why would I need 2 SIM cards? I've only ever had a phone that had 1 SIM card. That makes sense to me. But 2? To be fair, I didn't get a new phone for 12 years, so it was a shock. 1987? That was a year before I was born. Unlucky. I don't even use a different phone for work. You like The Sims too? Do you like the $3,000 of DLC? Looking at The Sims and being like, oh, it's free to play, but there's also $3,000 of DLC. Okay, it's not free to play then. Can't even hardly play the game without needing it. Back when games released and they were just like a CD and it had the whole game on it, man, I miss those times.
How are you? Keep your feet on the ground. Off with
Don't
you.
need to pick that up just
Watch
yet.
your back. Be good. Keep your feet on the ground.
Yeah, I saw there was a cyclone coming in. I think I should be okay because I'm not in the North Island. 07 North Island. I remember the last cyclone that hit New Zealand. I didn't even... There was nothing where I was...
What's on your mind? Be good.
Well, it just knows that Auckland sucks.
Great to meet you.
So, you know, it
Watch
needs
your
to go
back.
up there
Off
and
with ya.
sort it out.
Keep
Sort
your
out
feet
all
on
the
ground.
dickheads up in Auckland. Fly down to Forellis now. Another 10-minute flight. See, Auckland, I always say, is its own country. It's not even part of New Zealand. So, you're not wrong, Jeff, mate. Like, it's not attacking New Zealand, it's attacking Auckland specifically. The cyclone looks at the map and it's like, what is that? Auckland. There's nothing else there. There's no New Zealand. We're gonna go there. Yeah, Dunedin, obviously. That's where I was born. That's where all the good talent comes from. Dunedin's just pumping out Alexander the Greats constantly, you know? I don't really like Dunedin either, though, to be fair. I have only lived there like probably 4 years total my entire life. A few years when I was born and a few years recently. City sucks. There's nothing to do. It's cold. Bunch of old people. If I cared more about nightlife ever in my life, Auckland would be pretty sick. But I went to Brisbane in my 20s, so... already dealt with that. Yeah, that was one thing I noticed when I lived in Dunedin recently. Like, no matter what time of year it is, there's a bunch of drunk idiots walking around, shouting, going crazy. As long as they're having fun and they're not harming anyone, you know, it's fine. But sometimes you'd have like a smashed beer bottle in your front yard or something like that. Like, well, you're harming my property. So you have caused harm now.
What brings you here?
Brings me here. 12-minute flight, apparently. Jeez. All right, we're doing definitely overtime now. It's quite funny though, right? As much as the restrictions are with like alcohol and drugs in New Zealand, that's all people are doing. People love getting wasted in New Zealand. When my friends from Australia were here, obviously they have to deal with some of that too, but when they were here, because where I live is basically meth country, let's be real, the South, I was like, alright, if you hear someone out at night screaming, don't worry about it, it's probably just someone on meth. Like, just don't worry about it. Best not to get involved. There have been times where I hear someone like out at night, like it's 2 in the morning, I'm just in my bed trying to get back to sleep or something, and then I hear someone like absolutely ripping the loudest scream or cry ever, and I'm just like, I kind of want to know, but at the same time, I don't want to die right now, so I'm just gonna go back to sleep. I only drink water. I have not actually had a drink of alcohol. Probably in like 4 years, and that was apple cider. So I don't even count that as alcohol. Toraro. I used to always drink the Raro juice. That's why my teeth were fucked up. because my parents would basically feed us that shit. That is crack. Yeah, alcohol I've never really been too strong on. Obviously in like a social setting, if I'm going out for dinner or something like that with people, sometimes I'll have a drink. When I was in high school, going to parties, I'd have a few drinks. Sometimes, like the first party I ever went to, because people were so excited I was there, they were all handing me alcohol, so I did get a little bit tipsy. To the point where I was like, if I have one more, I'm probably going to throw up. And I have once had a drink of straight bourbon and threw up on my carpet. Funny story. I drank straight bourbon, right? And then I was tanking dungeons in World of Warcraft with some friends. And I started a dungeon. I don't remember completing the dungeon, but I came to at the last boss after we were ready to kill it. I was like, oh, we're here at the last boss, let's get him. I don't remember anything that happened from the start to that boss. But we got through the dungeon. And then I threw up on my carpet. That's the only time I can say I actually got drunk. Because any other time I've been like a little tipsy or just like having a one drink social setting, but yeah. It was a fun night. I don't know why I decided drinking straight bourbon was a good idea, but I wanted to make that dungeon memorable, I guess. But I generally don't like hanging out with people who are drinking either. I do not like drunk people. I wonder why. So, you know. That kind of happens with me and sugar drinks these days, Chef Matt. Like, if I drink Coke, if I have, like, just a little bit of Coke, like, the sugar spike is too hard that I just, like, start feeling weird, you know? I'm too healthy for that shit now. So it's probably the same sort of thing. Knows that she's been talking too much. Had such good conversations today though. Yeah, I've never vaped. I do not like being around people smoking in general. And vape is just like another thing that pollutes the air. So I hate it. I've never smoked in my life. I have secondhand smoked a lot of my life because my parents did that shit all the time. I am the only person in my immediate family that has not, like, personally smoked. All of my siblings got into it a little bit. I think they've all quit, but my brother still vapes. But my parents, man, they love smoking up. Yeah, I'm a bit of a hipster in that regard. I don't follow, like, the trends of society at all, you know? It's not like I treat my body like it's a pure temple of pristineness that needs to be wonderful and beautifully looked after. You know, I eat some shit. Like, I'll eat a tub of ice cream. I won't give a fuck. But I do try to look after myself. So not drinking alcohol and not smoking and not vaping, all that stuff that can cause immediate damage. Yeah, I'll ward that off. I once was at I was doing a course right out of high school, and the people there were like smoking marijuana. So I know the smell of marijuana a lot because of that. But once we were just hanging out, and they were like, "We're gonna go for a smoke, you wanna come?" And then I was like, "No, not really." And one of the girls was like, "We should just smoke in his face." I'm like, so because I say no, you want to force it upon me? That's a bit, you know? They weren't good people. I'm sure they went far in life. Yeah, I think I walked past someone's house that smells like a meth den, honestly, on my walk. Like, it's just some weird smell, and I'm like, ugh, that is not good. Into guys? Did I ever say that? But yeah, meth. Blech. I think there should be an IQ test for Mount Heaven. Yeah, whenever I'm on a walk and I smell something unpleasant, I generally cross the road. Like, there was definitely one house that just smelled like shit when I was walking past. I'm like, gotta get away from that. But the rest of the street also smelled like shit because it was so bad. Like their sewage was like leaking or something. I can't really deal with... smells that badly. It's going to be an interesting thing when I do nursing. Because, you know, you smell some absolutely rank shit in a hospital or something. Congealed blood. Ugh. Hideous. I am a girl enjoyer. I like boobs. Now, if you're a guy and you got boobs, well, it depends, but generally a girl enjoyer. Pick up that other marrow green quest. See what it rewards as a coffee. Although I am more of an arse man than a boob man, I would say.
What brings you here?
A quest. Look, I don't mind if there are men that find me attractive. It's nice to get compliments no matter who it comes from. Because men don't get that many, right? So most of the time you have to get them from other dudes. It's like when you go to the gym and it's all dudes like checking you out being like, damn, that was awesome, you look great. It is what it is. Oop. I think the last time a female that I wasn't like dating gave me a compliment was probably in high school, honestly. But I also don't just randomly go up and talk to ladies because, you know, a lot of them are standoffish. There's a thing in the world right now where girls don't know why guys don't come up and talk to them, but also, like, every day on social media you see a post about someone being a creep just because they existed. And it's like, I wonder why guys don't go up and talk to girls. Yeah, exactly. Men who start muscle building thinking they will get female attention. No, it's for the dudes. A majority of girls do not give a fuck about how muscly you are. But dudes, they love that shit. We're like, hell yeah. I feel like most of my life I've lived as a twink, you know? like I'm not that muscly. But I'm a little bit more muscly than the average twink, but I have definitely had that physique throughout a lot of my life, especially when I wasn't eating that well in my 20s. I probably looked like I was on meth when I was in my 20s, honestly. Just because I was not eating healthy. Right now I think I'm pretty happy with where I am. I'm like not fat, but I'm not like super muscly either. I'm gonna eat dinner tonight, don't worry about it. That is one thing I will say. Like, after you actually have money to feed yourself, you do get to eat, and it is nice eating. Like, I ordered pizza last week, right? It's like, fuck it, I'll have a pizza. How did you know I was gonna say pizza? Like, it is nice to eat. Being able to eat is actually great. But when I didn't have money and I wasn't really able to eat, nah, it was fucked. I remember many a days of rumbling stomach just being like, where is food? I don't want to go back to that. Thankfully, I have enough means to like stock up food now, so if I'm ever like in a situation where I don't have that much money in a week or whatever, I can just pull out of that. Like, I got rice and oats and baked beans and all that stuff, you know? I see. A spy pigeon. Birds are just government spies. Like, I would suggest to anyone who's planning on living life in general, if you have the money to, even if it's just like a few dollars a week, to just buy something extra. that you can have just in case. Like stuff like rice and oats. Stuff that doesn't go off quickly.
Great to meet you. Keep your feet on the ground. Safe travels.
Not gonna do that,
See you
please.
soon. Be good.
I'm gonna buy the thing, don't I?
Keep your feet on the ground.
Buying Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I don't know if, well, I guess if push comes to shove, you can eat the Yu-Gi-Oh cards. So in a way, you're getting ready. But I've already lived through like many economic hard times, and I wouldn't be surprised if like more were to come in the future. I mean, we almost ran into one recently with gas prices and everything, didn't we? And that still isn't resolved. So I think it's good just to be prepared even a little bit. Well, you can find a lot of crackheads in Auckland. Shouldn't be that hard to find one. Sometimes I go on Reddit and there's an r/Auckland and it's just like posts about people being loud in the main street. And I'm like, sounds like a wonderful place. My friends did go to Auckland when they first came to New Zealand. And they were like, man, Auckland is so different from the rest of the country. And I'm like, I told you. It's not even the same place. It's like its own country. Yeah. It's quite sad that that is a thing, isn't it? Homeless teenagers. Especially because it's mainly because of terrible parenting. As much as people shit on the teenagers of this generation, the parents of the teenagers of this generation have a lot to answer for. So that is people in my age bracket. I don't have children, so I don't have a lot to answer for, but, you know. Other millennials that decided to have children when they were unable to actually provide for them. Stuff like that. They are part of the society collapse. Yeah, I could see it, definitely.
What can I do for you? Be good. Safe travels.
Alright, now I think I gotta go back to Donovan. Yep. So much. So we'll go back to Donovan. And then I gotta fly down to Gagetson. So we have at least 20 more minutes of life. Actually, I'm not gonna run all that way. I'm gonna just teleport. Yeah, see, I wasn't in New Zealand during the 2010s. I was in Australia. So things might have been a bit different because I didn't really get to hear about absolutely everything. And in the 2010s, I was quite depressed with life as well. So I didn't really come out of my room that much. So honestly, I didn't really interact with the world for a few years there. There are literally things that happened during my life that I didn't even know about until like years later. Like at one point my sister came back to New Zealand to study. I didn't even know about that. Because they were just like, yeah, not bothered. I'm just gonna hide away from the world and whatever happens, happens. It wasn't a good time, I can tell you that much. A few things to send away.
Good luck.
Yeah, it was work and depression. that was life back then. That's why I started working for myself, you see? I don't want to be depressed and think about this bullshit anymore. Because I went to Australia in 2008. And then there were a few years of like, oh, this is a new place, this is awesome. And then I settled in and I was like, you know, I've got to start again now. Basically, everything that I did in New Zealand is nothing. And that was a bit depressing. So it took me a few years to get over that. If I could do this life again, like if I had the opportunity to live this life again, but with the knowledge of everything that I have done, I probably would stay in New Zealand for at least a few more years when my family went to Australia, just so I could like get some more education and do some work and, you know, stuff like that. Just actually try. Instead of just when you're young, life just happens around you because you're doing what your parents are doing, you know? I wouldn't go along with that plan when they went to Australia again, because that kind of kept me going down that loop of life just happening because my parents are doing things. Once you can break out of that, it feels weird and like, what the hell is going on now? But I would have liked to get out of it a few years earlier, so I wasn't just depressed when I had to start again. But that's something you learn from, isn't it? Life. Camera's making me go red. I'm not this red. You. It looks so red. Ugh. Been streaming 5 hours. You guys are lucky, aren't you? Lucky boys. Oh. Need that stretch. I don't even know what I'm gonna do this afternoon though, so it's okay that I'm streaming a bit longer. Plus I want to get all this flying shit done. Funny you mentioned that, Jeff, mate. The last romantic relationship that I was in was 8 years ago. I've obviously interacted with women since then and like been close to them and done things, but not in a relationship. Now, it's not something that I'm like fully against. I just need someone that would add to my life rather than take from it. And that's very hard to find. Like, I don't want someone that is just there to have there because it's a thing that I need, because I don't, you know? I'm pretty happy with myself. I'm at peace, I can do whatever I want. So the only way I would consider any kind of romantic relationship is if it actually adds value to my life. There's a pretty good chance. There was a person that I went to high school with who was amazing. Probably one of the best people I've ever met in my life. And she was interested in me, but I was always too, like, nervous and scared to talk to her. So maybe I missed out on, like, the best opportunity. Because you want someone who's interested in you, right? Not someone who's just like, okay, you're my boyfriend, yada yada. You want someone to actually be interested and want to be around you. And someone that adds value with that. So I haven't really cared about it in a long time. But it's not like I gave up on them. I just haven't found the person that's worth doing that with in a long time. But good question. I do think about it regularly. I don't care to like go on dating apps and stuff like that, you know? I'm not on Tinder or any of that shit. Because I feel like I would rather organically meet someone if it was to ever happen. But for a long while now, I've been pretty happy with myself. Like, I don't lose anything by not being in a relationship, right? Like, there are some nights where it's like, oh, I'm lonely, but just rub one out and fucking forget about it. It's nice to have human contact. But I got friends for that. You know, I can have a hug if I need one. But yeah, dating apps they've really like made dating in general like so transactional and terrible that I just don't even see the point in a lot of it these days. If I was younger, I would be like the same as I am now. I think I would just like quit dating. Because relationships should be beneficial to both parties and not just like a transaction, you know? And that's how modern dating kind of is. It's like, you give me dinner, I'll give you sex, or something like that. Like, not how it should be. There are a lot of fish photos. Yes, that's pretty much what I said, Jeff, mate. Sorry for the ad, it always happens, doesn't it? The ads are always like, you know what, I'm gonna fucking... There's something important going on right now, have an ad. if Twitch would sort out my payment, I would consider gifting regulars a sub, just so they can watch without ads. But they still think I live in Australia, and they haven't fixed it. Even though I've been paid in New Zealand dollars and while I'm living here, they still think I'm in Australia, so I can't actually do anything with Twitch. I would definitely suggest, now it might be more difficult on the phone obviously, but ad blocks. I definitely run an ad blocker for Twitch. I don't want to see ads all the time. But yeah, in general, I would only ever want to be romantically involved with someone if it was of benefit to my life and their life. Like, I would have to add value just as much as they add. Because then it's an actual, like, good relationship, right? Yeah, I hate that too, Control. Freaking every now and then there's a YouTube update and they're just like, you have to watch ads or you can't play the video. I think uBlock Origin works. I think that's what I use.
Aye. Off with you. Watch your back. Be good. Keep your feet
Go
on
to the
ground.
graveyard and die. Plus, a lot of those years after my last relationship, I was also working on myself, right? So I never really cared to think about even being in one because I was like, I'm not happy with where I'm at. Obviously, things went down that didn't make me happy, but also, like, I wanted to be a better person. I think after every relationship, people do that, you know? Hit the gym. Make lots of money, all that stuff, you know. Yeah, I don't like alpha males in general. People like Andrew Tate that just spout hateful nonsense. I don't think it has a real place in society, but sadly it's gotten a lot of traction because people feel disenfranchised and need a place to go. And that's why we have the world as we have it now. There are people that, like, go to alpha male boot camps and spend thousands of dollars just to be shouted at, and I'm like, man, I could do that for free. Like, I'll shout at you if you want me to. You don't need to pay me. Yeah, I think New Zealand needs a lot in general. I think the world needs a lot to fix the issues. You don't need a vape, breathe air. Andrew Tate, the only smart thing he's ever seen. See, I did think when I first came back to New Zealand and I saw the issues and stuff, I'm like, getting into politics would be beneficial because I think I could do much better. Because I actually care about people. I'm not like just a businessman who wants to rack up his money. I do not care about the money high score at all. I could have like $1 in my bank account, I'll be happy. Like, that's not broke. It's not in the red, we're good to go. One of my ideal situations, if I was to either like be a prime minister or something, would be to reduce the amount of money that I earn. Because $200,000 for being a prime minister of a shitty country that has no people in it is ridiculous. And it's going up. Because we have a greedy person in power. I think even making, you know, like $70,000, you could have a good life.
Hello.
Man basically does nothing and makes 200,000. What has he done for the last year? Complained about things? I like how with the gas situation, they're unable to do anything because they were talking about how badly Jacinda was in COVID. So if they do anything, they are now buying into like their own fantasy and being the bad party. So they literally have to do nothing. Because otherwise, they're gonna lose like their whole cooker base, you know? It's a really interesting situation. It's funny how like vibe politics is just gonna always fuck you over in the end. New Zealand does have a very short-term memory when it comes to economic situations, however. So it's not that surprising that they got power. But I hope this year, when we get a chance to get them out of it, even though I don't think the other party's going to be that much better, they at least kind of care about the people rather than just their money. Yeah, some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. That's pretty much the world right now, isn't it? Like, everywhere you look, it's like, you know what, some of you may die. But if it ain't me, fine. It's pretty much how I treat my garrisons in Total War. My main army's there, but I'm just gonna send the garrison ahead to, you know, weed out the rest of their units, and then we'll actually fight them with the main army. Am I a war criminal? I might be. No rear today. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I recently... I've been storing like rice and oats and beans for a lot of years, just cycling through them whenever I need new stuff, but recently I started doing it a little bit more again, because if fuel prices go up, grocery prices are also going to go up. It's just the reality of the situation, so I'd rather get ahead of it, you know? I've lived through this many a time before. Like, I will never get caught unawares again because now I have the money to actually be ahead of it. The COVID situation in Australia, like, toilet paper was like gold in Australia during COVID. Like, there were times where we were running low on toilet paper because I lived at a house with like 4 other people at that point, so, you know. One lot of toilet paper doesn't go that far when people are having massive shits. So we'd be getting low on toilet paper, but because like all the supermarkets were cleared out because people were planning to shit themselves to death or something, it was just like, man, no pooping today. Yeah. I think public transportation needs to be looked at in this country pretty heavily after this. Like, stop being reliant upon personal vehicles so much, you know? Have buses that go places, like a taxi system that doesn't cost thousands of dollars just to step on. You get in a taxi, it's already $100. Don't need that quiz.
What's up?
Oh, we're getting unlucky with that.
Right back.
So hopefully some good changes can come out of it, but let's be real. We've already talked about this today. The average person is dumb as bricks. We had this conversation where I said, I am about average intelligence, I want to say. But if I'm average intelligence, that means 50% of people are dumber than me. And on my day, I don't consider myself to be stupid. I'm just not like the smartest person in the room. Most of the time. Although, these days it's debatable. I definitely feel like over the last 10 years, the average person has become dumber, while I have been relatively the same because I haven't been glued to my phone. So maybe I am getting smarter in terms of humanity. It's like, you know the movie Idiocracy? That's basically like the script of where the world is going, and one day I might actually be the smartest person in the world. If you've never watched Idiocracy, I definitely suggest it. It's a stupid movie, but like it makes so much sense. I do think though that social media will soon, maybe not like soon, but at some point there'll be a shift and people will start going outside again. It's probably going to happen when like everything on the internet needs your ID. But I'm going to tell you what, if everything on the internet requires ID, I probably will not use the internet that much. Like, I can't be bothered with all that bullshit. So I'm just going to start going outside again. And it's happening in places, right? I mean, I think Australia and places in Europe and England, they need like ID for porn, stuff like that. But I think there will be a shift if it just starts becoming absolutely everything. Where people actually put their phone down and start living again, and that will be nice. Yeah. The digital driver's license isn't like a mandatory thing though, is it? You can still have like your physical license. Which is probably what I'm gonna do because I like my physical license. Are you hacker-manning? Yeah, exactly. Anything that is like digital or ID tied can be easily hacked and leaked. I mean, Health New Zealand had a big data breach earlier this year, right? And it's like, why have you got all of your shit tied into just one place? You pressed send by mistake? Okay. I believe you. FBI, open up. Alright, I have to kill Grocket now. Ready? Dead. Near-death experience. Even though they changed this mechanic on hardcore so it doesn't actually kill you, it's still scary to press that button and just go down to like 1 HP. Because you never know, the game might bug. Be like, alright, you died. Blizzard vibe coding. I got a message on BattleNet. Like, I don't know what class to play, and I'm like, just don't play. Easy, solved. If you don't know what class to play, just don't play any of them. Done. Exactly. I have the best advice. Go to Lincoln. That's fucked up.
Great to meet you.
Safe travels.
I would fucking lose my shit if I saw that in real time. There are some chats like that in Warhammer Online actually, but it is well moderated. Like, I was playing the other night and someone got banned from the server, and it does like a server message. And their name did have the N-word in it. So that's better moderation than like World of Warcraft these days. Because sometimes in World of Warcraft you can run around with a terrible name for like hours before it gets caught. But there are some interesting chats in that game about stuff similar to that stuff. Because it's a old PvP game, right? You got some personalities in there. I remember someone was talking about ice in the chat one time, like the stupid Gestapo. your hand in this quiz. Man, I wish ice was like a good... Like, you could just say ice and be like, that's a good word because everyone likes ice. But now
Hi, how
it's
are you?
taken over by
Alrighty then.
whatever the fuck's going on in
Off and away.
America.
Very well then.
Whenever
Very
you
good.
think about it. Like, I like ice cream. Don't want that on my ice cream. I haven't had an ice block for a while, actually. That man's definitely on something. Agent Orange. Maybe he's just consuming Agent Orange.
Pleased to meet you. You have a great day now. Very well then.
That is one thing that you gotta remember when thinking about like the stupidity of humanity. Just think, that man got into power in like the world's strongest nation. That's how stupid humanity is.
You have a great day.
Teleport back to Darnassus. We've teleported to Darnassus like 4 times today, I want to say. Alright, it's 4:24 PM and I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. I think I'm gonna fly to Ashenvale and that will be us for the day. But man, it's been a good one.
Farewell.
It's been fun chatting with you guys. Still probably streaming for 5 minutes because the flight path. But after that, so I think we'll start in Foulwood tomorrow. Want to buy Port Stormwind? Well, I don't have it. You know, I literally did not buy the portals. I have teleports. I do not have portals. Because I am playing Account Found. A flight to Christchurch. I wish that was 5 minutes. Yeah, League is special, isn't it? There's definitely a lot of special characters in League of Legends. No matter what, they're gonna be hateful. I played League a little bit when it was in beta, and even back then, it was. I remember being called some things. I had a friend who I played with, and he was very Asian. Like, he was happy that he was Asian. He would tell everyone that he was Asian, and he got called some really racist words because of that. I'm like, damn, son. You might remember him, Chris Shinner. Sure you remember Shinner, he was a funny guy. I miss that man. How could you forget, right? But yeah, we played League together back when it first came out, and fuck. Man, some of the words that I learned from playing League of Legends, crazy. Absolutely insane. Yes, he was in the good Ulduar group. The good Ulduar group that I infiltrated because I was sick of being in the bad Ulduar group. I no longer wanted to be in the bad Ulduar group. Force myself in. Those were the days. Wrath of the Lich King was such a good expansion to play during Wrath of the Lich King. Classic Wrath of the Lich King, it's not the same. That's why I didn't play it. I knew it would be shit. I think the only reason Wrath was great, and Chris, I'm sure you can attest to this, we literally didn't do anything other than play World of Warcraft. A Seer's Edge, man, that was a beautiful sword. Like, no real responsibilities, just play World of Warcraft. That's why Wrath was amazing. In my opinion. Yeah, exactly. Constantly playing that game. Back then, damn days. Alright. We are in Ashenvale, and that brings us to the end of the day. Thank you for joining me today. It was a long stream. I don't think tomorrow will be as long. But we got a level and a half, so that's awesome. Probably 54 tomorrow at this point.
What brings you here? Farewell.
I'm gonna raid someone that plays Warhammer. He's playing World of Warcraft right now because I need to ask him a question. So, easiest way to do that, raid him. But thanks for joining me today, boys. It was fun. I will see you guys next time. Have a good night or day, depending on where you are in the world. Later.